US jails give you tablets now. Wow. Yeah, you can have a tablet in prison. So at that point, I'm fucking set. I'll just sit there and I'll play fucking Hearthstone for 15 years. Who cares? Be the Hearthstone king. Yeah, I got 2 tablets. I run 2 different Hearthstone games all day while I watch. I almost got away with it on the prison television and shit. Or no, I would play old school RuneScape on my fucking I'll play OSRS. Shit isn't even like a prison. If I could get a tablet in prison, shit. If I could play OSRS on the fucking tablet in prison. I mean, I don't know. Did they charge you for access all day? Maybe they give you internet access. I don't really know. Or you could just do an offline game. You could just play Neverwinter Nights. They have that on tablet. You could play Neverwinter Nights for the whole 15 years. Neverwinter Nights is a great game. It's not that deep, but you can make it that deep in your mind. You can pretend that it's something it isn't, like old school RuneScape. And yeah, maybe even at that point you can almost get WoW on the tablet or something. Is that really even truly a jail at that point? While intended to improve conditions, these programs raise concerns about exploitative pricing and surveillance, which features often requiring payments funded by inmates or families, notes the prison policy initiative. So what it really is, though, is a cash grab, which is crazy. So, but you could, I mean, technically, but yeah, but you don't need that stuff. I don't need message. I would never let the prison inmates message anybody. That's dangerous. But yeah, messaging, video calls, music, games and stuff. But yeah, if I could have games on a tablet in there, how is that prison? The only freedom of the mind that I need is gaming, you know? Like, I don't know. You can lock me up wherever I am. Give me a tablet or whatever and I'm fine. Yeah, let's go do a monument, I guess. What am I doing right now? I'm doing Kill the Outlaw Captain on Tyrna 3C. I'm gonna turn on the music.
I have, Dad. I want to be as good a co-pilot for the captain.
Shut up.
Well, you're doing a great job, Stringbean. I'm proud of you. What do you say we get you a new outfit next time we're planetside?
It still fits, Dad. And I love it. Now, a new book.
I love GTA 5. Maybe let's just sell acid.
Captain, landing procedure initiated.
Activity that you've seen in prison that actually helps people rehabilitate themselves. The selection isn't great.
Some people might be watching this in prison.
Way too much romance fiction. Still, they have a lot of classics and some okay nonfiction. You just go to the library during yard time and you check out the books. When you were in the SHU, they came around with a cart. Your wife sends books in too, and prisoners can order from Amazon. You can't have...
Oh, wow. Prisoners can order from Amazon. So, yeah, so you could just have them send something to the prison. Yeah, shit. Send me Magic the Gathering, and we'll play Magic the Gathering, and we're fine.
Overtly sexual books or anything.
I'd have them send me like 5 starter things and a bunch of booster decks like every year. And then I was just like, all right, build a deck out of the thing. You can only take 60 cards at a time, and when you're done with those 60 cards, you have to return them, but...
Thing that might inspire or teach violence. And yes, there's actually a banned books list. The 2023 prison...
Because it has sex, they don't want you like jacking off in the prison to like fucking softcore erotica or whatever.
Libraries Act was supposed to address the lack of funding, but the bigger problem is censorship. If they were really serious about rehabilitation, they should be making sure prisoners have access to a wide range of educational nonfiction and literary fiction. But instead, they ban books like it's North Korea. The worst state, your wife told you, was Florida, with over 22,000 books banned. Texas came next with around 10,000, then Kansas with 7,700, Virginia with 7,200,
Yeah, so like you can't read everything.
New York with 5,300.
If it's got sex or violence, they don't want you reading it.
And that includes language books staff can't read, and drawing books that inmates might use for tattoos. Often no reason is given, just stamped threat to security. In some states, even books with homosexuality are banned. Part of you thinks that the system is not interested in rehabilitation as much
as control.
as filling quotas and punishing people. You had a lot of
Yeah, the system is there to punish people. We think it's there to reform, but it's not. It's there to punish people, and it does that well. It does that well. I would say that's the one thing it does well, is it does punish people really horribly. And so yeah, do I fault them? No, they set out to punish people, and they do that well. Take out the guy, but you're saying this goal is here? Okay, it's here, is it? Okay, so where is this though? Okay. You aren't turning the music on, which is weird. Didn't I turn it on? No. Oh, I turned the voice up is what I did. Oops. I'll sleep, I guess.
the time to think about the man you murdered. You've watched men in here brag about violence and killing, and it hit you hard. Maybe you are just as messed up as they are. You always thought you were different, that your case was special, but just about everyone here says that. But your crime only created more trauma, which you're now passing down to your son. Violence is like a vicious cycle. If prison has done anything good for you, it's the realization that crime is all about cause and effect, and that even in bad circumstances, a civilized man can choose.
Yep, so a lot will have to happen before I ever commit a crime ever again. I just don't think it's worth it. There's nothing that they offer out there
To end it.
Not even getting high.
Still, you know you did wrong, and it won't help you get through another 30 years. Year 10. About 3 years ago, your wife started writing less often. She canceled visits, one after the other. Your son, who's now 14, started getting into trouble, and your wife said it was your fault. Now, he barely visits you, and when he does, he looks bored and resentful. And then you got the letter. She'd met another guy. She loved you, she said. She tried, but she couldn't live the best years of her life alone. In a way, you felt
It's okay, baby.
relief. Part of you wanted to respect her decision. The other part wanted his name and address. The group therapist said anger is a very natural response in these circumstances, but what does he know about spending your life in prison? You'll be sitting in the prison workshop and suddenly there will be an image in your head of your wife kissing some other guy. The pain is indescribable and there is nothing
but you
you
went
can
up
do
for
to escape
murder,
it.
motherfucker.
So you
That's
were in a prison, but
unacceptable. You killed them because they attacked you? No. That's why you should always carry non-lethals. It's because you thought the pistol would fix all your problems.
also in a cage in your head, torturing yourself daily, and no matter what you do, those bad thoughts will come. And worse, you can't talk about it to a friend. You can't show weakness in here.
I would
And
never
then you
kill a
cracked.
man. I don't
the
care
therapist
what
was
they
right
did.
about the boomerang effect.
It's just
you
not that harsh
mistakenly
of a
told
world.
someone
You don't
about
need to
something
kill
you
everybody.
enjoyed, a book you were reading. God knows why you let a feeling slip out, but you
That's what
did.
prisons
The
are for.
novel was The Count of Monte Cristo, a story about love, revenge, justice, and morality. It really resonated with you, but then you got to the all-important final pages and someone had ripped them out. That's the kind of petty thing that happens all the time in prison. But after 10 years after being dumped, you just lost it. You snapped. Someone told you it was one of the new kids. You waited until he went to the showers and you knocked him clean out with one punch. If you hadn't done anything, you'd have been seen as weak. But the truth is, you did it because you were angry. Therapy is good on paper, but it doesn't take into account the
Nope.
extremes of prison life. In the shoe, an officer told you someone else had torn out the pages. You'd beaten an innocent kid for nothing, putting in work for a conniving liar. Maybe the officer was lying, so you'll beat another innocent man. This is life in the prison. Constant manipulation, constant lies, people taking pleasure in suffering. It destroys your faith in humanity. You know you can't do another 30
Faith
years
in
of this,
humanity.
and after that last
Only
beating,
idiots have
stitches,
faith in
hospital
humanity.
trauma, you doubt the parole board will be doing you any
Maybe
favors.
priests.
Year 20.
Priests
A
should
year
have
later,
faith in
you learned
humanity.
your
I don't think
wife's
anybody
new
else
lover
should.
was your best friend.
I definitely don't have
you
faith in
lost your
priests.
2 best pen pals, the core of your emotional support, in one blow. And now your only visitors are your brother and your mom. But your mom is sick, and you carry the added guilt of not being able to help her. You're sure the stress of what you did made her sick. You probably would have lost your mind if it weren't for one thing. Between years 14 and 19, you wrote a novel. It was your greatest accomplishment, besides having a son who still won't talk to you. Under the First Amendment, you technically have the right to express yourself, even in prison. But then one day during a lockdown, your cell got tossed. And when you came back, your manuscript was gone. You complained loudly, and they called you into the office, and that's when they told you the truth. Your manuscript was confiscated and burned. Why? Well, the characters might resemble prison staff. They also said your book could incite violence, that it was a threat to prison security. And that was it. You finally lost your mind. But it wasn't an explosion of violence this time, it was quiet. You just withdrew into yourself. You gave up. You realized you can't win in prison. In the end, it grinds
that's
you
not
down.
what it's for.
When all those years ago,
That's
you
what
thought
it's
yourself
for.
dehumanized in that first
That's
strip
why I don't
search.
like do
You were
search
very
in
wrong.
prison very
Dehumanizing a
much.
person
If I
takes
do, I do
time.
it really
They chip
carefully.
away at you until your identity is nothing but a lump of stone, stripped of all character. Year 30. It's as if you've become a ghost. No one bothers you
So
anymore.
this is gonna
You
sound
just-
egotistical, but and I swear to God, it does sound egotistical. But I must have committed something like 600 crimes in my life or something like that. And if it was ever anything higher than a fucking petty offense or shoplifting or something like this, I wore gloves. Now, there was one time when I was 17 when I didn't wear gloves and I had to take well, not a charge, but I had to pay out $3,500 to my high school. But I learned to wear gloves. After that, I learned to wear gloves. And that's an example. A lot of these people, they think that they can just go kill somebody without gloves or something like this or whatever, or go steal some money or whatever. But no, one of the ways that I definitely stayed out of jail all of my life is I definitely do not leave fingerprints anywhere, you know? I don't leave footprints anywhere. I've definitely disabled something like 2,000 cameras in my lifetime. I've definitely like cut off power to places and shit like this. It's not like I'm some career like, you know, gangster or some fucking hoodlum or house robber or something. I just like being bad. So, you know, so I don't leave evidence. I will spray paint security cameras, shit like this, just so I can skateboard and stuff like that. I don't care, but I don't leave a lot of evidence. You know, that's something that I think is a big difference between a smart criminal and a dumb one. I think the prisons are full of dumb criminals, and yeah, that's the attitude that he's talking about. This as actually cliche, but no, these are dumb criminals. They don't wear gloves. They brag about what they do to somebody else and all this stuff. But I brag now if I'm past the statute of limitations, and I'm very proud when I'm past the statute of limitations because then I get to brag. But that's the only stuff that I brag about. Anything more current than that, it's mum's your word. It's somebody else's secret that I can't tell. It'll get me wasted. So, you know, it's just whatever, you know, and that's another thing is every time I went into prison, I was like, I don't think I'm going to be here. Every single time I ever went, I was like, I don't think I'm going to be here longer than like 3 to 7 days, something like that. And it was like that. The longest bid I think was 13 days. And yeah, and that was the longest one by far. I think the only other, no, there was one. I was in juvie for 3 weeks once. Without contacts, just no glasses or contacts or anything for like 3 weeks. And yeah, that sucked. That was my ecstasy charge when I was 17, my first charge. And I was in juvie for like 3 weeks while they sussed that out. And they appointed a guardian ad litem because my mom was late to the court date and all this terrible shit. And it sucked. It did suck. And I came down in prison. I was rolling high on ecstasy when I was busted. And it took like 2 days to come down. It was insane. And then I like couldn't see or anything. People were like, the water fountain's that way, bro. And I was like, thank you. I can't see shit. I told them, I was like, I can't see shit. And that was my experience. My first experience with jail is being thrown up in juvie for three weeks without my glasses.
The old timer serving your
Kept telling them I can't see, and they're like, well, we're gonna try and do something for you, but we're not your doctors, you know.
time.
And no, they didn't do anything. They didn't get me glasses. No, I think if a real prison they would have, and you would think that they would do that for kids, but no, they didn't care about me not having glasses. I was just a kid to them.
Last time you heard anything from your wife after the divorce was finished was a letter.
That sucked not being able to see for like 3 weeks in the prison. I still don't know who was up in there with me. I don't know what those kids look like. All I remember is a big fucking haze. A big fucking 3-week haze of just like going to meals, lying in bed, staring at a blurry wall, feeling completely distorted and shit. But I mean, I had led them on a high-speed chase and got busted for ecstasy and marijuana and shit. And it was a Class A, Class C substance, whatever it is, felony substance, and yeah, it just wasn't good.
To say she had married your best friend. Your son, according to your wife,
She marries your best friend. Yeah, why not?
had fallen in with the wrong crowd.
Because that's the only person that'll help her. The only person that'll help her with your son is your best friend or whatever. So then she ends up marrying him because he's like the only person she's not legally, but like morally allowed to like take help from or whatever. And so then they get too close, and eventually he marries your fucking wife. It's insane. This is one of the reasons why big long relationships have always been sort of a turn off for me, is because I knew that I had a tendency to get busted for drugs and shit like this. I might be leaving somebody behind if that happens. So I liked long-term relationships, and I did a bunch of them, but I always stayed clean when I was with a girl. You know, well, not clean. I mean, like when I dated the stripper girl, I was not clean at all. But I mean, like, she wanted me to do the stuff I did.
In any other circumstances, this would bother you, but now you've stopped caring about what goes on in the outside world.
I don't care.
That place is no longer real. The only reality is inside the prison walls, a nightmare you've learned to live with. You don't even know what year it is half the time. After decades, you've just stopped caring. You've seen a guy beaten to death in here. You've heard countless screams from men having a mix of sugar and boiling water thrown in their faces. You've had good cellies and bad cellies. One of the bad ones was a mouthy tough guy. He was transferred with a new scar on his face, made by a double-edged homemade razor. Physical assaults are so common that many don't even get recorded. But the truth is, you barely even notice the violence these days. It's just a fact of life, like the sound of locks or the smell of disinfectant. You no longer even daydream about nice food or the touch of a woman. You focus only on what's in front of you. It's not what you don't have that hurts you in prison. Humans can get used to almost anything. What hurts the most is the things you could have had. You no longer see ruthless gangs or heartless criminals in here. Not like
there's just people.
The TV shows want to make out.
No, it's just people.
See victims of childhood trauma, of
victims of childhood trauma,
and rotten luck. Men who, for the most part, were doomed from birth. You don't feel sorry for them. Some have done awful things, but you don't moralize. Prison is proof there is no such thing as free will, because no one would choose to end up like this. Year 40. You came in here age 25, and now you're 65, the age at which most people retire. You often look in the mirror and you don't recognize yourself, and almost time to go, to leave these walls. But the strangest, most debilitating thing is you're not sure if you want to go. For decades, you barely thought about life outside. Now it hits you like a brick, and it scrambles your mind. You've seen the changes on TV, new gadgets, wars, viruses, environmental crises, and moral panics, and after a while it all became meaningless. Sure, they've given you classes on how to reintegrate, but the fact is you became your prison number a long, long time ago. The outside world is no place for a man who thinks he's a number. Part of you wants to stay in your cell with your books, where you at least know the layout of the land. The dark irony is that the more dehumanized and institutionalized you become in prison, the easier it gets. The parole board said you were ready. The electronic bolt snaps open, and they lead you down the corridor past the few old-timers who bother to say goodbye. But you're struck with a thought. Maybe the outside isn't where you belong. Maybe prison is your natural habitat. They hand you your civilian clothes and a small bag with your wallet and phone. There are $300 in there. You're not even sure it buys much in this new world. The phone lights up in your palm. The woman at the desk hides a smile as you prod the antique screen. The last time you stood here, you were good-looking, with full hair, a man who once thought he'd do well in life, and now you're old, with 40 years missing. But inside you still feel the same, like your life was paused while the world kept moving. The door opens, daylight hits your eyes, and you take your first steps into the future. Doing life behind bars shows just how crushing prison can be, but some inmates refuse to accept their fate. Watch how insanely creative prisoners escaped from maximum security prison to see the daring and ingenious ways they broke out. Or click on this video instead.
At least I saved. At least I saved. Prison, always so uplifting. Jack Doherty, the psychopath. Judge calls bluff at Trump's inner circle to testify now. Minus touch. The Epstein files are worse than you think. The ranch they never raided. Zorro Ranch, the unsearched crime scene. Epstein's hidden desert fortress. Ew. The broken truth. The truth about the male loneliness epidemic.
What can we do with our friends who have gone down the insult pipeline? I think showing them that that shit is corny and lame is one of the better antidotes to that sort of thing. You just show people that it's both corny and lame. Vibes play a much larger role in this kind of stuff than you would think. Or tackling propaganda that leans into the pre-existing social conditioning is very difficult. I don't think a lot of people understand how fast someone can snap out of it at that point. I would rather watch a video on the history of all slurs ever slurred, or there's a Gatsu video, ICE versus Gestapo, and there's also The Truth About the Male Loneliness Epidemic from friend of the show, Ben Horman. Hassan Abihed Ben Horman talking about the male loneliness epidemic.
This is not a myth. While yes,
fuck the male loneliness. This is why y'all are lonely, because all men want one thing and one thing only, and that is slurs. Okay, y'all only want to hear slurs. This is why you're lonely.
Shown that the rate of loneliness
And yeah, I got banana peels too. I got banana peels locked and ready to go
between
too.
women and men is basically the same. It's been studied and surveyed that men are generally struggling more with the loneliness.
Not good.
And no, just saying men need to open up
So
more.
I don't struggle with loneliness. It's more like, the people that are still in my life take up a lot of my time, and I'm not lonely ever. I would love to be lonely.
Or that they simply need to go to therapy.
I would love to be lonely. I'm never alone. Between my job, my people, everybody here, it's like all the people that I know and the people that I deal with. And so I saw my post office people today. It's just like I wish I could be alone. I wish I long to be alone, honestly. And it's a weird thing. Once I get it, I know I'm gonna be unhappy. I'm unhappy. You know, I'm not unhappy. Excuse me. I'm joyful, but it's like I'm unhappy that I'm not alone. But I don't want to be alone. You know, it's weird. It's a weird fucking problem. I'm completely crazy.
Still here, friend. Whoa, that last batch gave me nightmares, and like, not the fun kind. It's gonna cost a little, but
Ooh, 184. Do it.
B is not going to cut it. Sure, it's true to
Relationships, booze, and denial. What men are more reliant on relationships, booze, and denial to tackle loneliness.
This buyer wants us to
Okay.
make the drop at the top of a parking garage.
Okay. Trust what's delivered to the drop off to some payments. So it's like an ambush or something. Okay. This is a good bike for the snow.
to some extent, but it would be narrow-minded, kind of arrogant, and definitely patronizing. In most cases, your loneliness is not your fault. That ghost haunting you is the
Please, Mr. Hasanabe, slurs are all I have left. Don't worry, we're gonna
result
do
of the
slurs
structure,
too.
not only causing you alienation, but also benefiting from it. Loneliness is not a personal issue, but a structural one. So, how does the actual matrix look like? And more importantly, who is profiting from your loneliness? Why do we feel offended when women are talking about independence, or when we hear statements like, "We don't need men," or "I don't need a man in my life"?
You need us.
Why are so many reacting with, "Oh, look at that entitled self-centered"? And yes, I'm talking about you as well, you hot fanboy beta performative male twink. Hey.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
I
hot.
really don't like that language.
Looking at the traditional family structure, it's obvious that a clear codependency exists. The husband is meant to get food on the table, while the wife does care work at home.
What?
A woman's main goal in life used to be finding the perfect man who can provide, care for, or protect her in exchange for her service. Men were the heroes of society that were looked up to.
Bullshit.
The nuclear family ideal. Having a woman on your side is like a proud achievement and confirmation of your manhood that has been taught to us ever since we could think of, not only by our social circles, but also by movies or advertising. This is also why a lot of men feel proud of having, let's say, a high body count, a wife, or being rich. And I'm not saying that with any judgment whatsoever. This is simply the socialization we grew up with. So our identity is heavily dependent on romantic or sexual relationships. That has always been an essential part of what it means to be a man or a woman. I'm only whole if a woman or a man recognizes it.
Yes, this is really good because, I mean, this nails it. Women are a status symbol. Women are seen as objects automatically. Okay? Women are seen as objects, and they are seen as status symbols. It's no longer people, it's no longer a partner, but simply an achievement, a trophy.
Validates her being. But times are changing. This supposed traditional utopia has been exposed as nothing but a romanticized lie.
Gee, I wonder who these guys are.
While women are finally reaching their independence, many men are still stuck in the promise that women desperately needed men to be happy. But neither do they, nor do
Oh
you.
my god.
Men being hurt and angered by statements like these not only exposes our codependency, but also our inability to move on. Wanting to be desired and loved is a universal need, and we could open up a whole discussion about how normative beauty can make you more desirable. I don't want to sugarcoat that. It's always easier to talk about all of this.
Or maybe I just want a partner because I like some connection, not a status symbol. Chat, we're talking about patriarchy. We're talking about the social conditioning. And
This is gonna be an
systemic
easy
forms
200
of
grand.
Socialization.
I almost
and, like,
have it
social
already.
learning.
200
It has nothing to
grand.
do with your own personal goals.
Oh! maybe
Why
not.
are you? Calm down.
If you have been in a relationship, I am aware of that. You definitely deserve to be happy with somebody else. But at the same time, we have to recognize that nobody owes us anything at all. Believing a relationship is the end to all means is fatal. Trust me, it's not. Believing women alone will be the cure for your loneliness makes it easy to blame them for every
Damn it.
negative aspect of your life.
Also, a huge male loneliness epidemic. It's actually really.
Yeah, that's because women are unmarriable.
Discussions about the nuclear family ideal are usually not about the desire to be loved or having a happy family life. If you're being honest here, it's more about the
gonna
loss
die.
of power and control. It's time to wake up from that romanticized past. This is a world that simply can't exist anymore. Despite what others will tell you, this is not a political take. While that lifestyle has been heavily propagandized, it was still ultimately a voluntary choice by many. Force will not result in a trend-wide fantasy. Decades of social and cultural progress would need to be reversed, which, let's be real, won't happen anytime soon, even with violence. Sure, you can force someone to submit, but that wouldn't be the traditional family ideal you were dreaming of, right? Except this is the actual desire behind the nuclear family fantasy. Men's roles aren't only being questioned now, their standards are also unattainable. Social movements like the civil rights movements, feminist waves, or the trans rights movements forced men to question their identity or abandon false promises in their lives. Men don't just feel like failures, they feel
oh no, never mind, I have to
feminized.
deliver again.
On top of that, there's
That's okay,
a
it's
deep
only a mile
sense
away.
of lacking self-efficacy. They were promised that with enough hard work, anyone could achieve prosperity. That leadership roles and authority were rightfully theirs, or that sexual availability would be easier. To compensate for this, you just have to crank up the very values you were socialized with. Be more stoic, more muscular, richer, more dominant, more aggressive, more intelligent. You have to win back respect. I just need to work harder, perform better to finally get what I was promised. This creates a toxic nostalgia you can't let go of. That identity crisis yearns for answers, not only judgments. Perfect circumstances for exploitation. In my previous videos, I've made the mistake of not explicitly differentiating grifters and participants. I want to clarify that it was all directed towards the grifters, not
True. Something I also forget to mention all the time, even though I do mention it with regular frequency, is the difference between an average person who's been duped by guys like this, you know, people that you know in your life, versus someone who I would potentially be around, right? A content creator, a grifter. There's a big difference, and some content creators themselves can also fall into the second category. But I think because most of the content creators I tackle are on the deliberately manipulating people side of things, I think a lot of people also choose to deal with their, you know, coworkers and whatnot in a similar vein, and that's not a good thing. That's not a smart thing. Okay? That's not best practices in general. That's why I say always, like, oh, I'm talking about professionals here.
minimizing or talking down your life experiences.
Dude, men are lonely, bro. People don't seem to understand that. 77% is men. Stop being a depressed piece of shit. It's a choice.
What I failed to highlight was how disgustingly deceptive the grift is. Using small truths as treasonous ways to shove conspiracies and shit down your throat in the hope of you buying the overpriced online courses on how to get rich fast, self-help programs, or predatory dating advices that the Matrix doesn't want you to know. Not only harnessing your loneliness, pain, anxieties, or insecurities, but also amplifying them.
Yeah, ironically enough, when you lean into that kind of stuff, you end up finding yourself lonelier than ever before, because they're not giving you, one, they're not giving you good advice, and two, I mean, they're giving you very bad advice, and two, when you follow that bad advice, you end up finding yourself even more reliant on said bad advice, because it's a never-ending spiral where you're just like, well, I followed this advice and, you know, women are not responding in the way that I thought they would. And instead of questioning whether or not the advice was bad, you go back to that same exact cycle, that same exact narrative. You go back to that same exact person who tells you, like, oh no, it's because women ain't shit.
Because your actual growth as a person is simply bad business for them. You've been reminded that your masculinity has to be proven.
Am I cooked? I don't understand the point of this video. Men equals bad. Has anyone ever felt like this? Yeah, maybe, but this video just feels weird. I've never cared about body count or treating women as objects. I'm lonely, I'll admit, but I'm older, so this alpha male shit is very past me.
I cared about body count
versions
once.
of the alpha male shit in your generation too.
So I was like, I did better. I did better than all the other men I know.
Your body,
I did better.
Your work, your money,
I know
your
I did.
intelligence, your status,
So like I cared about it. I cared about it. I did well with that. People looked up to me. I did well with that. I did well with women. I've always done well with women since I was in high school and shit. No problem. I really do feel like, you know, I'm lonely now.
You actually
only in like
the
fact that I'm alone. You know, not that I miss anybody or need anybody.
I think some people also deliberately do it to like feed them false narratives and false information in an effort to have them rely on it. But I think also for others, they're not even like deliberately doing it. They're doing it because there's a market for it, right? They're not even doing it specifically to lead you down this like dangerous path or whatever.
No,
they're doing it because there's a market for it. There's a lot of vulnerable men that want to hear it. They see other people popping off with that kind of narrative and they lean into it.
Broke, to have nobody in your life.
Get back to work.
Work harder, 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 and harder. The biggest tragedy behind this flaccid theater play is the irony. Talking about the male loneliness epidemic, pointing at the high suicide rate among men, how difficult being a man is, while simultaneously increasing the social pressure on often already overwhelmed young men. It's undeniable that expectations being put on us are universal, but it's also undeniable that the highest standards of what it means to be a man are being set by other men, which is unsurprising given how many of us have been raised to be competitive. Now, mix high competitiveness, performative masculinity, insecurity, emotional repression, and an identity
I've been
crisis
performative all my life.
with
I'm that guy who says, what, my dick's bigger than yours, what? You know, it sucks, but I've always been that guy. I'm ultra competitive like that. I hate being the guy that they're talking about. I'm the guy who's lonely now, but I didn't used to be, and I have a body count up there, 34 or something like that in terms of women. Like, not body count, but like, you know, I've slept with 34 women, and like, and I'm proud of this because most of the people in my high school were lucky to get to 5. And I did like, you know, a lot better than that. I did 10 times that, you know, or whatever, 7 times that, something like that. And like I really feel that like I did well with that, and like and I was the big masculine motherfucker. I was the lead singer. I had a crew. Women liked me, you know, it was this thing. It was a thing. It was big dick energy. I hate it. I've always hated this element of my personality. But was I weak? No, nope. Swagger is a stain. You cannot wipe off, you know. Never been weak. Weak for drugs and women, but not like, you know, weak for like strength. Not weak strength-wise. Not known for that.
This video is sponsored by you. If you like what I do, please consider joining Patreon. Thanks. That's it. Our issues mean profit. The manosphere market is just a tiny drop in a bucket. Our anger, frustration, loneliness, or search for identity fuels the algorithm. Our social media overlords have figured out our brain chemistry in order to colonize our minds for profit. Masculine identities are constantly being sold to us, whether it's the gym bro, the performative male, or the old money aesthetic. In today's high-performative social media zeitgeist, identities have become aesthetics you can buy.
I'm like blasting this guy point blank with a shotgun.
To be rebellious against the patriarchy or against the fight against patriarchy, while being nothing but a muscular empty suit, drinking matcha latte. Men are the breadwinners of the family.
My husband and I are having a disagreement on this video.
I have a big thing about suit dummies.
Informing people on how
they think because they have money that they're bigger men than me. Or that they went to like some fancy college. I went to college too, but it's like, you know, sometimes you'd be surprised what a master's degree can do for some, or a PhD can do for somebody's like self-confidence and shit. And some of those men, they really bother me. It's like, just because you went to some fancy school doesn't make you better than me. I don't resent it. I actually really like it when they have when they say a good school, but I'm also like, I don't think that makes you better than me though. You know, I think I could learn the same things easily, like if I wanted to. I'm not intimidated by big schools or any of that stuff that other people are. I don't really care about that. Like, you know, I applied to Stanford once. I've done my stuff, you know.
how to get this way. Thank you. No, he's not an incel. He's informing how incels are formed.
You just have to work
What is
hard enough to
happening? Why
provide
is
for your
there?
family on
Why
the
are
long
there so many people who are watching this and just like? There have been a lot of chirpers in the chat too. I don't know if it's like a lack of media literacy or what's happening. There's like a bunch of chatters who got personally offended by this video. Eat the rich t-shirt you had fits what bro said in the video. What do you mean? I'm confused by this.
Full-time job isn't enough? Well, maybe you're just not performing well enough at work, or you're just actually bad at it. But don't worry, don't worry. One day, you will make it. It is a competitive market after all. Meanwhile, my weight hasn't really changed.
The irony is, if you understand what he's saying that
Can't
it's
do
not the
anything.
fault of young men. He's saying
Can't
that
see,
it is
can't move,
designed
can't
in such a
fire.
way, the system is designed in such a way, boosted by the algorithms, that it's virtually impossible for you to overcome the unlimited amounts of constant feedback that's being thrown your way, thrown in your direction, and also on top of that, your material circumstances are horrible. So you are you're quite literally stuck in this pipeline. Like everyone is on this pipeline.
Living is at an all-time high. Real estate is practically impossible to own. I can find an apartment. I can only invest if I cancel any vacation plans. And I'm about to turn 30. I should be thankful for my job. Otherwise, an immigrant will take it. But what if that's not enough?
What?
What if your brain, your money, your labor isn't the only thing worth exploiting? What is left? Your life.
Around for magazine.
The deeper question is, how did the military allow itself to go woke?
One only lives. Finally a safe space for men. No weird beta sexuals allowed. I mean, real men. Men are meant to go to war, regain their honor, dominate and conquer. The ideal place for self-discipline, fitness and camaraderie.
For the longest period of human time, for a man to be respected, for him to even be admired by society on any level, to some degree he had to be a warrior. That's what men did, we fought. So if you're out here as a man and you have no battle in your life, no conquest.
Well, given that he actually structured his entire life and his entire brand around being a unlimited warrior who destroys all of his enemies, only to get his ass beat recently, I guess it kind of explains why Andrew Tate is experiencing his fall from grace. The first time he was actually matched up with someone who could, you know, at least hit him back and in even footing.
Your life, no form of war in your life, then what you do?
It's maybe easy to make fun of this, but we can't forget that for many young men, joining the army has real benefits if you can't make it in the private market or don't have generational wealth. Good educational opportunities, financial security, strong insurance, a decent pension. But the bonus here, finally being proud of myself again, and finally doing something that's meaningful. People are looking up to me again. They respect me. I found a purpose, protecting the people I love, the values, our freedom.
You guys remember when the Russian government called me gay?
Can be a hero. Turning men into tools to serve a state or a leader is a fundamental goal of the state. And no, I'm not only talking about authoritarian fascist regimes here. I'm talking about liberal democracies. The hypocrisy of progressive voices is this: rightfully denouncing or questioning social standards being put on men, like his duty to be this dominant hero of society, while simultaneously expecting him to sacrifice his life for the nation. And once a traumatized soldier somehow survives the front lines and makes it home, liberals lecture him about being toxic. All the while, structural material problems remain unchanged. Everything is just so exhausting. On top of dealing with an identity crisis, the fear of never finding a girlfriend or being constantly told how to perform, you're also constantly afraid of your future or your financial stability. You're stuck in your never-ending 9-to-5 job that feels empty and won't help you grow as
the age that there's like a level of entitlement that's baked into their understanding of the world. Men have been taught from an early age that the most
did before. So if you're out here as a man and you have no
this, rightfully denouncing or questioning social standards being put on men, like his duty to be this dominant hero of society, while simultaneously expecting him to sacrifice his life for the nation. And once a traumatized soldier somehow survives the front lines and makes it home, liberals lecture him about being toxic. All the while, structural material problems remain unchanged. Everything is just so exhausting. On top of dealing with an identity crisis, the fear of never finding a girlfriend or being constantly told how to perform, you're also constantly afraid of your future or your financial stability. You're stuck in your never-ending 9-to-5 job that feels empty and won't help you grow as a person. No wonder everyone feels alienated. Why should I go outside?
It's hard to get, it's hard to feel sad for the people who get roped into the incel shit. I mean, as long as they're not hurting you. Like, a lot of people have bad opinions. Your job, your goal, rather, should be to help them move away from having these wrong opinions and having these dangerous opinions.
When I'm already exhausted or broke, I've outsourced my social life to
Fuck.
Discord,
Well, at least I saved.
Instagram, Tinder, or whatever because it's easier that way. Or I'd rather
Learning the mods suck. Like they kind of do. They're like they suck. Like they
watch an overlong video essay on the men's crisis for the 20th time. Thank you.
This game is crashing over.
The hustle culture falls right into this trap. Men are more willing to overwork or sell their labor for steady wages because they believe both in work being a masculine trait and in the possibility of becoming the next trillionaire. But it isn't just the economic market here. Everything is a market now. Masculinity
This is why I tried to explain, like, there's a difference between someone who is being duped and the duper. Okay, you tackle the duper, you have smoke for the person who is guiding people in this direction. But if you, especially if you encounter one of these guys in the real world and you start noticing that they are on the pathway towards being duped, you try to pull them out of it. You have to.
Relationships, intimacy, hobbies, sports, education, art, even time.
Well, their discourse does hurt people in this community, but I believe in reform and I agree with this creator. It's just hard to process how men are going through shit women went through decades ago. A few decades ago. Wait, what? Women are still going through shit right now. Like, everyone is, it's not it's not a competition, guys. Yeah, women are still going through the shit. Sometimes in the hands of men that get duped like this, which is why there are a lot of people people, specifically women, who go, oh, I have no sympathies for these folks, you know? Because, like, remember, it's not like women are not falling victim to the material conditions. Like, it's shitty for them too, you know? The major difference, in my opinion, is that young men also have been taught from an early age that there's like a level of entitlement that's baked into their understanding of the world. Men have been taught from an early age that they must conquer, and when they actually don't meet that when their experiences don't meet their expectations and what they've been taught, that contradiction worsens, and they find themselves rudderless, and they find themselves devoid of people guiding them. They find themselves devoid of good role models, and then when they seek out their own answers, when they reach out and try to find their own answers, when they quote unquote do their own research, there's an endless pipeline of insecure dipshits who will lead them astray.
Time itself. Everything is a commodity. The worst part, that means everything becomes a competition.
That entitlement includes the domination of women. They're bummed they don't have that anymore. Yeah, but it's also, once again, learned behavior, right? It's learned behavior, and it's been learned behavior for centuries, especially in Western culture, right? Because, like, there's obviously different cultures around the world where that doesn't manifest in the same exact ways, but it's damn near global, right? And ultimately the goal here should be to try to pull them out of it before it gets to a point where it's so untenable, it's so unsustainable that you know, you have the 4B movement like the one in Korea, where women just going their own way as a, you know, as a self-defense movement.
Cutthroat.
You know, I'll tell you something I'll be honest about. I'm not really sure how, let's ask the AI, and I don't think I'm going to get a good answer here, but I'm still going to ask. How is it that middle-aged 40-year-old men find a date these days? Is it only apps? Oops. How is it that middle-aged 40-year-old men find a date these days? Is it apps? Because, like, that's my impression, but I actually wonder if that might be a bad negative impression. But, I mean, like, that's usually what I would think. A growing offline-first movement to find dates. While apps remain a dominant tool, there's a significant shift towards low dating and intentional real-world encounters to combat swipe fatigue. Popular dating apps for men over 40. For men in this age group, the goal is largely shifted from casual browsing to find long-term compatibility. Hinge, widely considered the best overall for men over 40 due to its designed to be deleted philosophy and detailed prompts that foster meaningful conversation. What do you mean designed to be deleted? Match.com is a good choice for LTR. Okay, so Match is the one that you're supposed to do. Pickleball leagues, run clubs, and professional networking events. Hinge, huh? Never been to Hinge. Never even heard of it. Nice. Yeah, sure, Hinge, huh? I'll make a dating profile on Hinge, sure.
Dog-eat-dog society that only...
See, it's weird because I've never looked for LTR on a dating app. I've never done it, and I have zero experience doing it. Like, every LTR I've ever done, I did out of the coffee shop, the school, or the workplace. So now it's weird. I have to go back to, like, a dating app to look for LTR because I've become, like, somebody who works at home. I work at home, so it's very hard to find a date, you know? I don't care. I'd be okay with just being friends, you know?
Only benefits the few.
Why do so many people seem to be so proud and adamant about not helping
like
others?
I'm lonely. It's that I am expected to find a date at this age. I'm expected to be with somebody this age, and I don't like that, honestly. I actually would prefer to be single right now. I've said it. I say it to anybody who cares to ask. I'm like, yeah, you know, I would love to date somebody too, sure. Would be nice to have somebody to talk to. But I don't think I have the focus right now to dedicate to somebody else. It would have to be someone very special.
Where did this come from? Why can't we see so many people from all different identities and backgrounds being by America's global neoliberal capitalism, the system, its structures, institutional, cultural hegemony?
I'm sure that there's a bunch of videos I should watch too. I'm sure I should watch some videos. I'm sure, like, how do middle-aged men date? That's like, you know, probably something I should look into too. It's not something that I've been worried about, but maybe now I'm beginning to understand I'm supposed to be worried about it. Both my aunt and my mom are pressuring me, and it's like, okay, cool, but You know, there was a girl at the Trader Joe's, and she flirted with me. She was a cashier, and she was like, I wish I had this much room in the freezer. And I was like, yeah, I kind of like, I moved in with my mother, you know, this is literally what my response was. But she flirted with me, and I responded by saying, yeah, I moved in with my mother, finally, after all these years or whatever, and I'm a caretaker now, and she's got a big freezer. And I love filling the freezer with the whole month's worth of groceries, so I don't have to go shopping very often. She was like, I like that. That's cool. I'm jealous of you. And I'm like, yeah, I just kind of lucked into it, you know. And I liked that girl. She wasn't particularly attractive, but she had the thing. She had the what I look for. She had that factor, whatever you want to call it. She wasn't particularly attractive, though. And I've learned that that's a problem when they're not like... I mean, she was pretty. I'm sorry, she was pretty, but she wasn't like what I usually go for, which is like a 9 or 10. But maybe I should lower the standards now. I usually go for 9s or 10s because my personality will carry it. I've always done that. I've done that since I was a child. Since I was 13 years old, I wrote on my personality and I shoot for 9s and 10s, and I've never had a problem. Even with Cloud, it was like that. But now I'm thinking maybe I find somebody a little bit more down to earth that might be a little bit better to talk to about my emotional problems and issues and stuff. Is stupid. It's like I don't know how to fight with my family last night because I was just too drunk. I was like too drunk to lose 5 or 6 hours to just sitting there house sitting. You know, I was just too drunk and angry to do it. It was like the day after Christmas, and I was like, God damn it, it's the day after Christmas. I should be working right now. And when I finally got out of my job that I had to do for like 6 hours and shit, I was just angry at the end of it. I was like, I want my time. And I think normally I would just go talk to my girlfriend or wife about that, but instead I just have a fight with my family. And I do see that, you know, I do see there's uses of that, but I also am such a private fucking person. I'm scared to talk to people about who I am or what I've done or any of this other stuff. Because it's like some of that stuff is still not even past the statute of limitations. It's hard to be real with anybody. It's really hard. I feel I could see doing it with a girl from the scene or a drug dealer girl or like a hooker or a prostitute or an escort. I can't see it. I can't see it in normal middle class girls or even lower class girls. I really struggle with it. I think I'm that type of dude now who has such a shitty past that they've got to be either like maybe a social worker and they're just not intimidated by that or something like that, because I've got such a shitty past. I don't know how I'm going to push that past the first date. I really don't know. I'm terrified of it. I'll be honest. I'll be like, yep. In the last 7 years, I spent 2 of those 7 years in an inpatient mental health facility. How does that sound to a girl? It sounds like run away for the hills. I know it does. And I know I got to be honest about that because they're going to be like, what'd you do for a job? And I'd be like, oh, I haven't had a job now. And I've been on disability now for 5 years. And I live off $9,000 a year. Or, well, yeah, like 5. Yeah, 5 years now, I think it has been. Yeah, 5. And, you know, and it's about $9,000 a year. And yeah, it's all together. I've made about $50,000 in 5 years, you know, and that's the stuff I've got to get over in the first date. And I think girls like who are hustlers, they'll understand lifestyles like that. But most real girls who come from a normal situation, who are worth being with and stuff, they're going to be like, oh no, red flag here. What was your last girlfriend like? Oh, you know, I can't even talk about her. And she's going to be like, why can't you talk about her? Oh, a bunch of bad stuff happened to her and me. Man tried to kill me. Man threatened to kill her. Oh, why did a man threaten to kill you? Oh, I was squatting in a house, and he knew I was living there because he was my best friend at the time's roommate, and he didn't like that I was living in the house, so he came and he threatened. He came and he saw through the front door with a circular saw. And he tried to kill me. I put him in jail for 2 years. Now, this might be interesting to bored women in the middle class, but it's also incredibly bad red flags. Really bad red flags. I'm going to call it as I'm saying it, like, here's the next red flag. Would you like to hear another red flag? Would you like to hear another red flag? And I'm just going to list them, like, and just get them out of the way. First date stuff, you know, whatever. First date stuff for me is telling them about all of my deferred adjudicated felonies. My mother, this is, I never used to be able to say this to my mother, but I do say this to my mother now. When she's like, you need to find a girlfriend to date, bring me a grandchild or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I do. But the problem is when the first date comes around, do I tell them about the 2 years in the mental health facility first, or do I tell them about the heroin addiction first? Do I tell them about the time the guy tried to kill me with a circular saw and I had to put him in jail and he might show back up again? Or the time that I got swatted swatted by some rando that I still haven't even like put in jail yet. Maybe the rando will show up and swat us if I date anybody, you know, maybe, you know, we really don't know. It's that fucking shitty. And it's like all of those things. If it was a smart, good, high quality woman, maybe she's desperate or something. I don't know. Maybe she's got an outlaw background too. I don't know. Maybe, you know, but most likely she's gonna be like, I don't know, man, you're sending a lot of warning signs. I've had women tell me this. They're like, oh no, listen to the warning signs that you're telling me about right now. It's like, yeah. You know, I met a girl when I was a drug dealer. And I really liked her, and she actually ended up sleeping with my source. I introduced her with my source, and I discovered who she was immediately, because she immediately stopped answering the phone. She immediately just, like the minute that she found somebody better in her eyes, she immediately just stopped talking to me. And I was like, that's kind of sad, because I hit it off with this girl. The first time we met, we fucked immediately, right in her car. It was her idea. The minute we met, like, she was like, you should fuck me in my car. And I was like, okay, sure, you know, and we fucked in her car and stuff. And I really liked that girl a lot. And she's the only person besides Cloud in the last 5 years that I thought I could get along with. But the minute that I introduced her to my drug source, which was a mistake, but I mean, he was one of my best friends at the time, she disappeared from the earth. You know, she just ghosted me immediately. And then, but it was weird. It was weird because she was my age, and we did make a good couple, and it did work, and we were compatible. She did have a background like me, and she was a drug dealer like me. But no, the minute she met my source, I was like, oh, she's not my type now, because yeah, he is 68. He's 68 years old. I'm 34. You know, she's 34. The minute she meets him, she goes radio silent, and it was just crazy. And they were dating suddenly, and it was like, cool. I guess I got outmanned by a 68-year-old dude. But I mean, he was the source. She just skipped me and went straight to the source. But I mean, I never introduced her to my friend A, the actual real source. I mean, my friend wasn't the real source. I just introduced her to the dude that I knew that lived in the basement, who could hook meth, you know, and he was my source at that time. But my real, actual business partner was the source. She never met her. But when I saw the behavior that she exhibited with just the dude living in the basement, and he was a good friend of mine. We called him the captain. You know, he was the captain. She went for the captain and slept with him the day she met him, just like she did me. But we actually hit it off. I think she wanted something from the captain, which was sort of weird to do. And when she did it, she was weirded out by it, and then she ghosted me. And that's okay. But the person she was actually after was somebody else that I knew, who was a girl who I don't think she would have wanted to sleep with. She just would have wanted to do business with. And then we could have dated, but that girl, she did want my connection. She was looking for somebody higher. She was desperate for connection. And then she fucked me the minute she met me. She knew we had something, but it was also just weird because she wanted something from me, and she couldn't see beyond that. And, you know, and that's the sort of women that I look for, and I meet them through my job or my work or my drug addiction or whatever the fuck, and I never have a problem with those women. I never do. But, you know, they're the ones who actually like me, who are the same type of stuff. If they get scared, they'll tell me all their skeletons in their closets too, and they're like, I got some crazy husband, or I have a child that I don't raise, or I've got, you know, or I did meth while I was pregnant or stuff like this. I'm like, oh, that's fine. I don't care. You know, I got busted for trespassing once. I've had 2 deferred adjudicated felonies. I've been a drug dealer and a kingpin. I've stolen cars before and ran with gangs and stuff. I carry pistols sometimes. I'm not really, you know, the most normal person and stuff. So, hey, I don't care what you did, you know? And that's the connection that I need to make that I really don't think I'm going to make on Match.com. Does that make sense? I think it's going to be some lady that works as a barista, or like maybe a librarian, or like maybe like a coder or something like this. And she's going to be like, oh, how many high-speed chases have you been in your life? And I'll have to say 5. One of them was, well, 6 if you count the one where I wasn't the driver. 7 if you count 2 of them where I wasn't the driver. My friend Cody did one, and my friend Jan did the other, and I'm fairly sure both of those people are dead. That's the stuff I've got to tell her. I gotta tell her my friend Alan's dead. I've got to tell her my friend Jan's dead. I've got to tell her my friend Monica's dead. I've got to tell her all these people, this woman that I was with for 4 years and shit, she's dead. Like, you know, I got to tell her all these people are fucking dead and left crazy holes in my fucking life, and I'm not proud of it, but I mean, that is the case. So these barriers, I get past them all the time. I somehow do it still. I manage to sleep with them even when I'm like when I'm homeless and shit like this. I get past these barriers. Trust me, I have a lot of ingenuity when it comes to women, but it's still not easy. It's not easy, and it's not fun to go into that battle knowing what that battle's going to be. You know, I get stuck down like I'm stuck in this pit right now trying to leave. You know, like where I'm just like I don't know. Like can I just like not have to tell you what I did all my life? Because most women wouldn't date somebody like me. You have to kind of say that to their face. Most women wouldn't date somebody like me unless they had the same lifestyle. Were they a lead singer? Were they a drug addict all of their lives? Have they broken the law? Have they been to prison before? Do they have deferred adjudicated felonies? Have they lied to police? Have they hunted police? Have they been a drug dealer? Have they been a kingpin? Have they been a prostitute? Have they been have they traded things for sex? Have they traded things for money or dope? Have they traded relationships for dope? Have they traded sex for rides? Have they traded rides for sex? Have they pretty much broken every law except for murder and rape? And it's just all that stuff. All these things. I would love to put these things on a dating profile, and I'm sure I might actually find somebody. But you know, but my personality is not that good where I can kind of just skate past all that negative shit. And I have to explain this to my mother and my aunt. It sucks. I know that I'm unlikely to breed, and I'm unlikely to pass on this fucked up, broken ass code that I've got in my fucking soul or whatever, just genetically to some child or whatever. I'm more likely to probably adopt if I ever do anything ever. Because it's just crazy. Like, am I likely to, I'm 40 some odd years old. Am I likely to settle down and have a kid? Probably not. Not unless I go on my dating profile and I try to find women between the age of 30 and 35 who are still young and nubile and want to have children. And that's creeper kind of, because that means that I'm hunting for women that are 15 years younger than me. I had no problem with Cloud being young. I really didn't. I was like, oh, no, I actually really like that. I don't care that you're 20 years old. Because it's just, you know, she cared. She was like, how do I introduce you to my dad? He's your age. And I was like, that's a conundrum. Yeah. I don't know. He's not going to like me, is he? And she was like, no, he's going to want to kill you. And I'm like, why? You're of age. And she's like, yes, but he's your age. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And that's why I couldn't ever meet Cloud's parents. And she wanted to too. She was like, it's so deep. I would like you to meet my dad. And I'm like, I would like that too, but would he shoot me if he did? You know? And she's like, yes. And I was like, ugh, you know. So I don't want it to be all twisted like that anymore. So how do you write a dating profile like that? Have some history with the law. Have some history with drugs. Totally good with both things now and have been for a decade. Yeah, that's how I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to put on my dating profile. Had some issues with the drugs. Had some issues with the law. No, I'm not a drug addict. No, I'm not a felon. Haven't had issues with the law or drugs in 10 years. I'm over it. It was a phase. I'm over it. I'm done for life. Been 10 years, but understand I have some history. And that's how I'm going to put it on the dating profile. That scares me. That intimidates me. And plus, the women that I'm likely to find are the women that call me goober. They're like, I don't know why, but the women that fall for that sort of thing, they all think that I'm a goober, that I'm cute and I'm harmless and all this stuff. Yeah, I'm harmless as dudes swat me and people try to kill me and shit with circular saws. Yeah, I'm so harmless. Yeah, I've been carried around pistols before. I've had cops and people and fucking robbers and shit like level guns at my fucking head and shit like this. Yeah, I'm totally a goober. Yeah. You know, Zelly tried to call me a goober and I was like, yeah, I know. I've heard that language before. It means you're a rube who has no idea what a kingpin actually does with their life. I'm sorry, but I'm not that guy. I'm sorry. Nope.
Being hurt. That's it.
Like, okay, you know, my favorite Korn song is a song called Trash. Which is what I am. And it, like, trash sums up pretty much my whole, like, motto towards life, pretty much. It sucks, but I mean, the lyrics are kind of crazy. It's like, How did it start? Well, I don't know. I just feel the craving. This is a weird song about Jonathan Davis, like sleeping with younger women, and we're gonna hope that he's talking about women who are of age. But he's saying stuff like little girls. But I relate to the fucking chorus line of this song, where he's like, your feelings, I can't help but rape them, and I'm sorry, I don't feel the same. My heart is inside is constantly hating pretty much everybody. I'm sorry, I just threw you away. I tell my lies and I despise every second I'm with you, and I run away and you still stay, so what the fuck is with you? Your feelings, I can't help but rape them, and I'm sorry, I don't feel the same. My heart is inside is constantly hating. I'm sorry, I just threw you away. I just threw you away. And that sucks. That's an element to my personality that I have to explain to them in a single sentence on a dating profile, which is that my ex didn't like it, my friends, they don't like it, my parents, they don't like it. I have issues. I was convicted. I've deferred to adjudicated felonies and stuff. They've been after me. I have issues, and I spent most of this life alone, and it's not normal. I've been in a lot of LTRs, like 15 years of LTRs and stuff, but I'm 40 some odd years old. That's a lot of time spent single.
It's like when I talk about...
When I'm single, I'll sleep with any girl that asks. I'm a rut in the streets. I'm known for it. They have to come and tell me to stop. Literally, my friends had to come and tell me to stop, So they were scared I was going to get an STD.
It's like when I talk about like people in the margins of participating in transphobia.
And so like these issues, like, can my swagger talk my way back into some girl's pants again? I'm not so sure. This time around, I have to talk about the 2 deferred adjudicated felonies, the 3 suicide periods, the suicide attempts, the convictions, the 2 years in the mental health facility. It's like, it sounds like I'm bragging, but honestly, no, I'm trying to get over in my mind what I'm going to have to say on the dating profile if I'm ever to get anybody to respond to me. Plus, I'm kind of pudgy. I'm not like fat, but I'm pudgy, and I'm not the best looking physically, so that's a whole thing too. And it just sucks, that shit does suck. It sucks, those things are hard. I've been trying to deal with that. I walked today for 4 miles today. I drove to town back and forth because I'm trying to be that big family man who's stoic, who's just there for their family, even if they do have issues with their family and stuff like I do. I'm still there like the motherfucking family man. If you spill wine on your laptop, I'm there in 5 minutes trying to help you clean up the mess and stuff. I'm that man. I'm trying to be mentally, physically, spiritually, and emotionally available to my partner, my family, my woman, my children, the other people in my community, the other children in my community, everybody. Trying to be there, stoically there for everybody all the time. And I do well, but I also don't do well because past that, I still have to explain myself, which is that I rutted in the mud with all the little girls, or not little, but I mean like all the young girls or whatever, not young girls, but like all girls who were like crazy drug psycho people and stuff. And like, I rutted in the mud with the girls. I rutted in the mud with all the drug dealers. I sold my soul to the drug deal game, and I've got problems, and a man did try to kill me. Been to prison, been to the madhouse, all this other stuff. I've got gambling issues. I've got marijuana issues. I've got gaming issues, addiction issues, and I'm not going to give up. And all that stuff I have to write on the dating profile, or at least explain it to them on the first date. So I used to do it on the dating profile, and I would still get hits, and get people responding to me, but nowadays I think I'm just gonna say I'm inheriting. I'm a full-time caretaker. I'm a full-time streamer. I'm leftist. I'm in shape, but I'm not, I'm not muscular. And I'm a confident man. And swagger is how I live and breathe. I've been in very interesting places in life. And that's what I'm gonna say on my dating. That's what I said on Boo. And I did get hits. I got girls on Boo that I wouldn't sleep with who hit on me, And I was like, oh, it's cute, but I mean, I'm not settling down at the age of 43 with a overweight, woman with 2 kids. I'm sorry, that's not happening. I'm okay with the 2 kids. I'm not dating an overweight woman with 2 kids. No. Because I know what'll happen. She'll be in on that couch on the cell phone or taking care of the kids, and she will balloon up. I know she will. That's sexist and fucked up, but I know how it works. If they sit there and do nothing, I've seen it enough to know. If they sit there and do nothing, they balloon up, and I've seen it. So I'm just not, I'm not really interested. I'm a little bit more discerning when it comes to female physique than most men. particularly because I live by my personality. I've done interesting things, but like be lead singer in the grunge scene for 10 years in Denver and shit, and I am a streamer, so I can look at them with some social value, even if I have been a madman who went to the madhouse for 2 years and fucking, you know, was a drug dealer and a kingpin and shit. I don't care. I still have high social value in some ways, higher than some people. I've done crazier things with my life than most people have done, you know. So, you know, it's weird. So I still have that swagger still, despite all the felony stuff and all the drugs and all the problems and the convictions and the, you know, men who tried to kill me or threaten me or that kind of thing or swat me. I don't care. I'm still a strong man, still standing and stuff, and I have self-worth and self-value, so I can stand on my own 2 feet when it comes to value on these dating apps. I still can. I am still in the picture, smiling at them, totally unafraid of them, because I feel like I went further with my life than most people ever did, you know? So then my personality comes into play, where I'm like, are you as strong of a personality as I am either? I'm not looking for docile. I'm looking for somebody who will challenge me, you know? I had a fight with my mother yesterday. My aunt challenged me on it. And I was like, dear God, I want to find a woman like you. You know, my aunt, she challenged me on it. She called me on the phone. And she was like, what are you doing? And I was like, having a fight with my mother. Why are you calling me? And she was like, yeah, she texted me. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, why are you fighting with your mother? Fight with me. And I was like, okay. And I did. I sat down. I was like, I have internalized all the nasty shit that's happened in the last year. I'm angry. I just have to get it out. I'm leaving the house now. Won't fight with her anymore. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. And that's the sort of woman I have to settle down to find. That sort of woman that can actually challenge me, call me up on the phone, and be like, what are you doing? And stop me for what I'm doing, which is just berating an old woman, you know? Because I'm that strong of a personality. I don't care who it is. It could be God. It could be Donald Trump. It could be fucking, you know, it could be Kamala Harris. It doesn't matter who it is, or anybody in between. It could be the girl that I used to sleep with. It doesn't matter. Like it's I'll still deal with all of them the same. They're all the same to me. They're of the same value, cut from the same cloth as me. There's no human that's better or worse than I, and that's an attitude that I can't get away with, but I do somehow, and they need to know I have that attitude where I consider myself to be just as good as them. I'm never going to cheat on them, but I mean, I'll definitely fuck up on drugs or drink too much or end up screaming and shit like this. So I'm not perfect, and I have to understand these things about them. I have no history of domestic battery or abuse of any sort. That's like the best thing going for me, is I'm not sullied. I can look a woman in the eye and be like, no, I've never struck any human being in anger, you know? That's a good thing. I say these weird things on dating profiles because I mean it. Like, I'm a pacifist. I'm far more likely to use my mind to get what I want than my body, or things like that. I'll say things like that because they need to understand. I'll destroy somebody who fucks with me, but I won't ever raise a finger against them. That's what savages do. I'm not a savage. I've never claimed to be. Quite the opposite. Much more refined than that. I wear gloves when I commit crimes because I'm not fucking with pigs, you understand? Like, you know, I was a master criminal for most of my life, and I got away with everything that I did. Everything that I did. You know, almost everything. If I didn't, it was clown stuff that I got caught for, you know? I got away with most everything I did in my life. I was a master criminal. That's an element of my fucking personality they need to understand. From the dating app, from the get-go. I was a master criminal. I stopped doing it 10 years ago, but I was a master criminal. Got away with it scot-free all my life. That stuff, they need to understand that stuff. It's not easy to communicate to them, and they're trying to tell me I'm a goober. Well, I'm trying to tell them about the 28 felony charge sheet that I've got. You know, 28 deferred. No, I mean, there's not 28 of them, but there's 28 charges, 2 of which were felonies. All the rest of them were misdemeanors. But I mean, like, I can't hide that. That's a part of my life. It's unfortunate, but it is true. So how do you tell a woman that? I was kind of the devil's cabana boy there for about 27 years. I don't do that anymore. That's what I'm going to say on my dating profile, because it's the easiest way to cut the fat and trim the fat. You can ask me about it and I'll tell you all the truth and everything, but I'm done with that life. I've been out of the life, but you know, but I was kind of the devil's cabana boy for fucking 27 years of my life, and then I stopped doing that 7 years ago, you know? It's the truth. And hopefully if they understand my story, they understand my story. I've got a good personality, and I'll take care of a woman, really take care of them. Like, for instance, I put a woman through college once. I didn't ask anything in return.
And
just for her not to cheat on me.
And I say, you know, we got to pull these people out of it. And then there are understandably some trans people that immediately reflect on their personal struggles and how a transphobic person has made them feel. And in their minds, they think I'm sympathizing with the person that has bullied them, right? That's not the case. Same with like when I talk about white supremacy.
I should look that girl
when
up.
I talk about anti-blackness in
Right
the way
now.
that
I'm gonna look that girl up right now.
Manifests
because
in
if
some
she's
people,
single,
the way that they
I
behave,
want to put a ring
right?
on
It's
it and offer where I live, because I know that I get along with that girl. Where's my phone? There it is. Wait. Let's look up my second girlfriend. She was the one that I dated when I was in my senior year of high school. My first girlfriend I dated was from the end of sophomore year, end of sophomore year into June, all the way through junior. And then my second girlfriend I dated all the way through senior year. I put her through college. Oops. I canceled. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I got a text. Sorry, there we go.
Still learn behavior.
Person
When I
that
say,
comes
hey, we
to
got
clean my house is being delayed by like 10 days, so I'm going to deep clean my house tomorrow.
Some of these people out.
That'll cost me some time, but I'm looking forward to it. I don't mind cleaning this place. It's so small; it doesn't take very long.
They're always going to be black.
It reminds me actually of working in a kitchen at a place like a bagel shop or something like that. And I'm used to cleaning places like this, and I'm good at it. I worked all my life, and I did work at places like Einstein Bagels and shit, and deli places where I learned how to do dishes and scrub floors and sweep and mop and shit. And this place only takes about 2 hours to deep clean because it's so small. It's nice, like deep clean to the point where you can serve food like a restaurant.
Black chatters who think about the person that, called them the N-word, and then they're like, oh, well, you have more sympathy for that person than you have for me, and my own victimization in this regard. Not understanding that, like, no, I just want less of what you went through to take place, and that's why I try to tackle the problem, right? This is the main reason as to why so many people, especially from marginalized backgrounds in this community, many chatters, always will say the same thing over and over again, which is Hassan has more sympathy for the white boys than they do for me. Okay, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. My hope is to ensure that others don't experience what you have experienced already, right?
Beta Tyrian.
To be fair, it's not. To be fair, it's
Ooh, 20 grand in the
oftentimes
safe. Nice.
not coming from a place of for a lot of people, it doesn't come from a place of like anger and hatred or whatever. They just don't. They just hear me offer any sympathy whatsoever. Think about their own personal experiences with someone of that group, and assume that I'm giving that person sympathy in the moment where they felt the worst by that person. They only have a way of personalizing whatever kind of abuse that they've experienced, right? And that's what it is. So they think I'm just giving like a blanket pardon to anything that men may have done to them, no matter how heinous, and that's not the case. It's a bad faith interpretation. I don't think it's a bad faith interpretation necessarily. I think it's an interpretation caused from trauma. It's an interpretation that stems from trauma. At the end of the day, we only have the capacity to understand, the world through our own personal experiences in many circumstances. So that's what you tap back into. So if you're, let's say you're you're a black chatter, right? And you tune in, and in that very moment you feel as though I am defending the person that is like, said slurs to you or something, because I'm saying I'm sympathetic, or we must be sympathetic and we must be understanding to like make sure that they don't fall deeper and deeper into this like right-wing rabbit hole. That chatter goes, oh, you have more sympathy for that person. I've actually followed you for years, and you have betrayed me because you are siding with a person that has hurt me bad. How dare you? You must care about that person. And then the bad faith interpretations start coming in after the fact. The bad faith and uncharitable interpretation in that regard is to assume that there's a cynical purpose for this beyond what I've already said time and time again, which is that I want to make sure that other people don't have the same traumatic experiences that you had. My goal is to try to pull them away from behaving in this hurtful manner, right? To say that black people understand that white people are centered in racism and white people are forgiven without deep, meaningful changes is very prevalent, and you are not the first. It's not personal. The history of America is ripe with racism and the normalization of people being redeemable at the face value. It's not personal. Shaking my head. Notice how I didn't just talk about anti-blackness, and yet you decided to do that. It was just one example, okay? Every time. I'm white. I have privilege. If I don't use it for this purpose, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Do you understand? In your mind, you're thinking about it you're thinking about the most traumatic experience. You're thinking about the worst possible person, whether it's systemic or at the individual level. It's situational, right? It's situational. But that's it.
But hey, don't worry, it's the blue-haired feminists you should be worrying about. It is the logical consequence to hide or repress your emotions if you were not only socialized to believe men are competing with each other in basically everything, but also that the stoic, confident, rational, cold and successful father figure in the nuclear family model is the ultimate goal you should strive for. If not,
actually, I'm not babying no one over the age of 12 because know better and what words mean. Y'all can baby them, but black people don't have to, and I sure won't. Not saying that's what you're saying or anything. Oh no, exactly. No, you're not wrong about that either. But remember, that's where my own personal privilege comes into play. And this is something that I always reiterate to chatters in general.
Beautiful.
The contextual history of social movements and phenomena unrelated to black people shouldn't just be called feelings and trauma. Maybe we just know what we're talking about. I don't just advocate for black people. I'm also queer.
That looks so cool, like Star Wars.
I'm talking about the way that people perceive things in this chat, in this hyper-specific circumstance, when they do not, when they lean into what they perceive is what I'm saying. I'm also only one person. I'm not everyone's father. I'm not the government. I don't have the capacity to single-handedly change social conditioning against hundreds of years of white supremacist social conditioning, hundreds of years of patriarchal heteronormative social conditioning. You understand that, right? I'm one person. I'm a Twitch streamer, as a matter of fact. I'm not even like a highly influential person, which is precisely the reason why,
you are,
as I always say, do your best with the limited experiences that you have, with the limited power that you have, with the limited power of influence that you have in your own life. Okay? Once again, everyone's doing their best, I hope.
Showing weakness.
That's also a consistent smarmy chatter, for the record. I know, I remember the name.
And asserting dominance is supposedly necessary to stay on top of a competitive hierarchy in a man's world, then violence becomes a reaction attempting to regain control during situations of powerlessness. That isolation and loneliness are the ideal breeding ground for hatred and nihilism is, I believe, something we are all aware of. Nevertheless, I must emphasize once again that this hatred is not only fueled by shady online incel communities, but is also heavily politicized by right-wing extremists.
Echte Männer sind rechts.
Recruiting men for the military may be a form of universal state exploitation, but the almost fetishistic emphasis on order, discipline, and healthy, strong male bodies belongs solely to fascism. For example, in the Republicans' political playbook, Project 2025, it states, families comprised of a married mother, father, and their children are the foundation of a well-ordered nation and healthy society. The male-female dyad is essential to human nature, and every child has a right to a mother and father.
What can we do with our friends who have gone down the insult pipeline? I think showing them that that shit is corny and lame is one of the better antidotes to that sort of thing. You just show people that it's both corny and lame.
Yeah, I
Vibes
think I want to go learn. Like I've been thinking, like what should I do too? And I think I will go and do some dancing. I've always been a dancer. One of the ways I would get women was dancing. I like going dancing on Friday and Saturday nights, and I'll probably do that more. I'm gonna go dancing. I thought Magic the Gathering might be good to find a woman, but no, I don't think so. I think a bar is a better place, maybe. Or even like poker, playing poker or something. I don't know. Auto dock. Beautiful. So what time of day is it? It's 11. Let's try 12. So this is the brightest it gets around here. Oops. Beautiful. Are we going to that big dish? I love this game. It just brings really proud feelings to I love Starfield. I'm glad that I'm able to do it. When I wake up in the morning, I have to clean. It's so annoying. Ah, I can't move. So dumb. No, I like Cora. She's like the only useful fucking person. I like this ship more than the Varun Prophecy. Something about his layout is a little bit better. This is so cool. I'm like going out into a Star Wars world. Fuck yeah. I wish I could do this. I want to beat this game achievement wise so that I can just start using like non-official mods and stuff, and I will add the Star Wars mods so there's tons of Star Wars content. That'd be fucking sweet.
A much larger role in this kind of stuff than you would think. Tackling social conditioning or tackling propaganda that leans into the pre-existing social conditioning is very difficult. Okay?
Going back 2 days sucks because I lost magazines.
If you see like someone watching Fresh and Fit, you just go, bro, that shit is so corny, turn it off. What are you doing? These guys get no pussy, speak the language that they speak. These guys get no pussy whatsoever, and they're running around telling you how you're gonna fix your life. They should probably fix their life first. You know, be normal. Be normal. It's loser shit. I don't think a lot of people understand how fast someone can snap out of it at that point. The Manosphere died along with Kevin Samuels. That's funny. I wish, but no. It is cope to begin with, they will snap out ASAP. Yeah, especially depending on how much like goodwill you have with that individual, right? Do they love getting that endless sequence of women content, or do they appreciate your friendship more? Because a lot of these people, I think, like, one of the worst things that you can do in situations like that is when you just cut them out. And I know there is a point where you sometimes have to for your own best interest, and I get that, right? But there is definitely, you know, there is definitely a lot of value in not cutting people out and like trying to pull them out and trying to pull them back. You can find positive influences that you can point them in the direction of, right? Tell on them to their mum that they hate women, says Erik Litos. This guy's Turkish, typing with a British accent. You can also, yeah, you can also pull them out by being like, do you feel like these guys actually have any level of success that you desire? Do you feel like this is a lifestyle that you want to emulate? And also on top of that, do you feel like the lifestyle is genuine? If you're talking about like an Andrew Tate style person, you'd be like, you think this lifestyle is real? It's not, it's fake. They're selling you something, it's a brand, okay? Does this strike you as a confident person? Or do you know a single person? Careful, Cutie tried to say this and got eviscerated, shaking my head. First of all, come on. I think there's a big difference between me and Cutie. No disrespect to Cutie, but this is what I do professionally, okay? Like, this is literally what I do for a living as a job. Yeah, I'm saying don't listen to Cutie because she's a woman. No. Yeah, isolating them leads them further into the depths of depravity. That's number one. And although there is, like I said, certainly moments where you just can't keep dealing with it, and you have to rip out the exit, rip out the parachute cord specifically to get, you know, to retain your mental
I like
sanity.
the RP of this. It's really good.
Another thing that you can always do, another helpful thing that you can also do is, do you know a single person that watches these guys that has ever actually been able to have a healthy relationship with a woman? Like, close your eyes for a moment and imagine other people watching this show, okay? Do you feel like, imagine watching this content creator, do you feel like they're getting even a crumb of pussy? Do you feel like that's happening for anybody involved in this process? No. This is the most repulsive thing you can do. Anyway, do you have a psychology background? How do you know about these methods you've chosen are the most useful in helping in breaking this pathology of misogyny and isolationism? And why does it have to be about getting pussy? That's why I said it's you have to speak their own language a little bit. You know what I mean? If I were to do that, if I were to do this kind of thing where it's like, well, actually, even the mention of getting pussy is unironically an objectification of women. Women are not just objects of sexual gratification or things to be conquered. It's like, yeah, no, I understand that. Like, I agree with you. I agree with you, but you have to speak people's language, you know? You can't be off-putting and academic and cold and calculated in your language. Otherwise, they're gonna say, okay, you can't convince me, right? My pussy has desires, chatter. Do we really have to explain code switching? Yes. Sometimes you have to. You have to tailor your argument to who you're talking to, and you have to tailor your language around what they will understand. Okay?
Structural influence shape choices, but agency still matters. Self-awareness or structural influence don't absolve anybody from anything. Most of us are adults with full autonomy. Our decisions have been made by us. But society isn't an excuse. I'm responsible for my actions and have to face the consequences. What's been done has been done. What I said has been said. We can either learn from it or not. That decision can only be made by yourself, of course. Self-reflection and self-criticism is what actual stoicism is.
But at the same time, we need to allow others to grow and to forgive. Allowing the possibility for redemption is necessary to break from a competitive society. Warning about the male loneliness epidemic, while simultaneously telling men to just suck it up and be a man, is ironic. One of many reasons why women seem to cope better with the loneliness is the higher number in deep non-romantic relationships. This is only possible if we allow ourselves to open up more and actually talk about things that are personal, or build platonic relationships. Talking is of course only one of many ways to improve your mental health. Working out, distraction, movies, cooking, working, whatever. Socializing, self-help and therapy is essential and needed. But that's not everything. Demanding social, structural and political change.
I unironically don't think it's a male loneliness epidemic, but that's for a different time, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think it's a male
crisis in
loneliness.
insecurity.
It's insecurity.
I think
I don't think
just
anybody's
revolves around insecurity. I think dudes are so insecure. And yeah, everyone is. You'll say everyone is insecure, just like everyone is alienated. Everyone is
insecure
also,
about
experiencing loneliness. But I think the way
my
dudes
criminal
cope
history
with insecurity is, I guess, a little different than the way women cope with it. Maybe this is a unforeseeable, somewhat positive consequence of patriarchy, I guess, where women have been told to just suck it up. So they just seemingly deal with it in a more healthier way. I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't know. Like the social conditioning for women and how they must deal with their own problems have caused them to seemingly deal with insecurity in a healthier manner. Whereas boys, on the other hand, they don't deal with insecurity correctly. They just, like, maybe it's the coping mechanism that women have to have, compartmentalization and things of that nature, to exist in a patriarchal society. Maybe it's the adversity that comes along with it that has allowed women to deal with insecurity better. But I think it literally stems from insecurity. Because whenever I see these like alpha dog red pill men, I just feel like they're teeming with insecurity. They're just, it's oozing out of every orifice. And I genuinely, throughout my entire career as a content creator, as a political commentator, I have seen these unimaginably insecure content creators put on a show and try to behave like they are alpha dogs, like they are making up for something that they are lacking by putting on this hyper macho bravado induced persona that is so fake. And if you have a level of confidence within yourself, if you have a level of security, when you actually see that, you can never unsee it. There was never a moment where I thought Andrew Tate was legitimately alpha. Like I always saw him as like a corny, fake asshole. But the very fact that many men did not see that leads me to believe that they are also, like, there is a level of confidence that if you don't have it, if you don't reach that level of confidence through your own personal experiences, through your own personal achievements, it's invisible to you. You just see the forward-facing aesthetics and the insecurity-induced hyper machismo, and you just read it as like the coolest thing of all time. And then that trains you into believing that the only way that you can get to that point is also by behaving in a similar manner. I think that's what it is. And the number one thing that I always say, what do I always say? What do I always fucking say? If you claim that you're alpha, then you ain't alpha, okay? If you feel like you constantly have to claim you are
I'm not alpha either.
This type of person, this leader, this macho masculine guy, then you're not it. Oh my god, everyone's saying don't give up the nukes, be normal, get nukes. Okay, calm down. Confidence is a muscle. Okay, I say a lot of things all the time, and these guys I think prey on a lot of insecure young men by telling them in their weakest moments, in their most scared moments, that the problem is not them. The problem is the women. Women ain't shit. It's their fault that they don't understand you. It's their fault that and society has also coddled women. They've centered women. They've actually only done They actually only care about women. They don't care about you. They've left you behind. And you hear that over and over again. And you're like, yeah, you're right. Society has left me behind. And it's true. Society has left young men behind, just like they've left young women behind. They've left everybody behind. The problem is there isn't this like same pipeline that is consistently taking young men in their most vulnerable stages and telling them that the real problem is actually feminism on the opposing side. Or even if there is a similar pipeline on the other hand, on the other end of that spectrum, where it's like it's actually patriarchy, right? There is truth to the patriarchal social, the social analysis surrounding patriarchy, and the gender dynamic, and the displacement or disenfranchisement of women in certain places in society. One's real and one's fake. Clearly, you haven't watched enough makeup tutorials. It could be. I think women are taught to be ashamed and learn how to deal with it from a young age. Men, not so much. So when they start feeling shame or embarrassment, they don't know how to deal with it. Women are always told you deserve better. You are beautiful the way you are. Men are just told to always be better. No shit, they have confidence issues. See, this is what I mean. Like you're again, you've eaten the bait. The notion that women are always told you deserve better is such a laughable one. It's literally the exact opposite of how women are socially conditioned. It's just not true. Every aspect of social conditioning tells women that they have a certain ceiling, that they have a certain set of goals. At least historically, they've always had a certain set of goals, right? Every aspect of our culture tells women that they have to, for example, be pretty, that they're objects of desire, that their highest value, their highest worth is about their breedability, which you know, puts a shelf life on women. And then also on top of that, tells women that you have to be sexually desirable to men. Every part of it, every part of their social learning revolves around that. So the idea that like you deserve better is not correct. The idea that society tells women that they are beautiful the way they are. If anything, right now there is a new meta. For once, you have that same kind of hyper focus on the way that you're supposed to look, and the same kind of like insecurity breeding, that same kind of insecurity breeding sentiment amongst young men in the lookism community. Okay. It's almost like we're making young boys also just as insecure about the way that they look as we have made women feel for the longest time. That's why I covered the looks maxing shit for an extended period of time the other day. Yeah, now there's now there's finally some beginning stages of gender equality for body shaming and you know, eating disorders that will inevitably come, and the body dysmorphia the men will have. Looks maxing is basically the male version of Pro Anna Tumblr. Yes.
It's necessary as well. Material change is needed to unload stress and anxieties. Having values is crucial. Being emotionally strong and developing a backbone to pursue those values even more so.
There's always been shaming for men who come across as effeminate, though. You are so wrong. What? Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? The founding fathers wore wigs and leggings. What are you? Do you think that the current understanding of masculinity is anything but like a completely new phenomena? Do you not understand that, like, do you not understand that all of that is, one, social conditioning, and two, changes throughout time? It's not even the same in different countries right now, even in the same time. Okay? It's not even the same universally right now, even in the age of the internet. It's not the same universally. Okay? Those don't make them effeminate. What? I'm saying today's conceptualization of masculinity and femininity and the signifiers that present you as masculine or feminine are entirely different than, you know, back in the day. They're also entirely different, even globally. Yeah, pink was the boy color less than 100 years ago. Go look at like FDR. as a baby, and you'll understand what I mean. Even go back to like the 80s, brother. Go back to the 80s and 90s, the age of hair metal. You think those guys are being bullied for looking the gayest anyone has ever looked? Ever? No, they were like, yo, these guys look so hot. This is the peak. My point is not to say that like people don't get bullied for being effeminate. They do. My point is, what is considered effeminate is a consistently changing concept. It's not, there isn't like this structured approach. You're wrong on this. You think the idea of femininity is static? People thought it looked manly back then. No, that's my point. My point is that yes, the concept of masculinity is entirely invented, and it changes throughout time. Chatter is not wrong. Come on, men don't get teased for being girlish, please. Never mind that. Guys get teased for being feminine in mannerism. Hassan, you're wrong here. Mate, backpedal. No, it isn't. It's always men who aren't acting tough enough. There is no rigid binary understanding of gender, and there is no rigid binary understanding of what it is to be masculine or effeminate. Throughout time, it has changed, and not only is it different throughout time, but it quite literally is different even right now, depending on where you go. The concept of a desirable male in South Korea is entirely different than the concept of a desirable male in the United States of America.
So, it's just so important for you to ask yourself whether those values are coming from inside you or being put on you externally. How much of it is coming from social pressure? And yes, even feminine twinks like myself believe in protecting, caring for, or providing for the people I care about. But protecting from what exactly? Sure, the world can be hostile, but living in constant fear and competitiveness turns your neighbors into potential targets you have to watch out for or dominate in a performative market. Solidarity has no gender. I believe it's our solidary duty to care for each other and to overcome that self-destructive cycle of competition and comparison. And please don't get me wrong here. Being rich must be great. Finally being able to afford everything you want is something I truly wish for anyone. But we simply have to recognize that meritocracy, the American dream, as Trump said, is dead. The true nuclear family dream was being able to afford a home, have financial stability.
For this era, male height is extreme. If you're short, you're screwed. No, that's not the case either. Is it a hurdle? Yes, but it's one that you can overcome. And no, that's not a pun for the short kings in the chat. There's a difference between, there is a difference between short kings and manlets. Manlets cannot overcome and develop deep-seated insecurities about their height. Women love a man that's willing to climb a tree. Anyway, Tom Holland is 5'7". This argument doesn't hold. Yeah, it's also part of the reason why the argument doesn't hold for even someone like myself. Whenever, like, people will do this to Tom Holland as well, where they'll point to, like, him doing drag, and they'll be like, dude, you're so gay. Look at you doing drag. And they try to do that to me as well, where they're like, oh, dude, remember when you dressed up? Remember when you dressed up as a cat maid and worked at the cat cafe? And it's like, okay, I did. So what?
Yeah, so who cares?
Who gives a shit?
Rocky Horror Picture Show was
always,
like that for Denver.
Notice
like
how it always
Friday
goes
night.
back to insecurity? Because that's what it is. I think this crisis and what people even point to as masculinity, what people even perceive as being alpha, sigma, and a million different versions of that.
Yeah, my lap's always open to you.
All of that is actually confidence. Okay? It's all confidence.
All of it.
And if you are a confident person, if you're secure in your own skin, if you're a confident guy, then none of that shit matters.
And trust your community. Because of that loss, we've also lost the feeling of what it's like to be proud of ourselves for the hard work we've done. And you should be proud of yourself for working your ass off. And you should have way more in your pocket than you currently have.
But linking your financial success to your dick size is the wet dream of the ruling class. If we believe this lie, your masculinity not only becomes fragile, but most importantly, exploitable. And no
Damn,
amount
Rug
of
left
self-help
too?
will be able to change that.
Everybody left, dude. Everybody left phase.
Pointing fingers at others isolates us even more. Degrading others is self-inflicted loneliness. It divides us even more, hurts men even more. Our masculinity has been sold to us, lied to us, exploited, and most importantly, used to make us hate each other even more, continuing the cycle of alienation.
We're fucking phasing down, dude.
Recognizing that the male loneliness epidemic was PR campaigned into a personal issue instead of a structural one is the first step in seeing the true matrix and finally taking the red pill. If you can let go of what's been lost, of a future based on false promises, or a world you were taught is yours, you will just end up becoming the very ghost that haunted you in the first place.
There's like a self-help vibe here.
There's a way to live based on values and morality. There's not one truth, but you must have a base or you're floating in the wind. I've spent time discussing this with a lot of people, my therapist, and my values are something like justice, curiosity, gratitude, leadership, and creativity. I think it's a very important step to self-realization and confidence in your skin. Create your values, create you value. Okay. There's also the scientific lie that damaged generations of men. This is the alpha beta stuff. It's one of those things where like someone comes up with a scientist or a researcher comes up with like wrong science, and then it basically fucking blows up in his face, and he never gets to overcome the dangerous nuke that he just dropped. But speaking of nukes, not another men vid, please. Yeah, the dude spent the alpha beta guy spent his entire life disavowing that study, and it was too late. Okay, people joined in on the fun. They were like, this sounds too good, and they leaned into it. But I honestly don't know if we should do the slurs today because it's too long. I don't know, the male loneliness epidemic stuff feels like a consequence of us being chronically online. Sure. The alpha beta thing is a prime example of a lie travels halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to tie his shoes. The amount of people that buy into that shit is crazy. We also have banana peels as well. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do banana peels because I said I was going to do banana peels. We can't do slurs today. It's too long. It is, brother. Look, it's 48 minutes long. I'm going to do some banana peels instead. Okay?
As the winter storm hit overnight, hundreds of flights were canceled or delayed across the Northeast and the Great Lakes. Some travelers were luckier than others. Florida resident Regina Stone landed at New Jersey's Newark International Airport after her flight was canceled.
We just had to rebook, and we took about an hour to figure out how we were going to get here, and we made it.
About 4 inches of snow fell in New York Friday night into early Saturday, which was somewhat below forecast for a bigger storm.
I'm gonna play with my cat for just a minute, guys. I'm sorry.
People are still digging out from the post-Christmas snowfall.
I'm a little surprised because they said that the north side of the island was going to get hit a little bit harder and that we might escape with 4 inches. I think we got like 5 or 6.
Yeah, 7.
7?
Almost 7.
Lucky me.
In Times Square, workers cleared the melting snow and powder-coated streets and sidewalks using shovels and snowblowers.
The city's working pretty well to get all the roads salted and everything, so it's all right.
Peyton Baker and Colby Gray, who were visiting New York from West Virginia on Saturday, said the snow was a Christmas surprise for their 3rd anniversary trip. And in Central Park, people of all ages made the most of the snow once it was clear that the storm had passed. Allie Bauman, CBS News, New York.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, with my kitty. Get on that thing, okay, sorry. I am taking a call to go to the helicopter. You are driving out to Blue. That ship looks awesome. Yeah, the gravity on this. Oh no, the gravity isn't heavy, it's real, as you said. What kind of shit? Let's go save and go see what that is. My kitty's happier. Light writer, scientist. Solar panels are cool. I love the deep blue of the solar panel. I got him. I love this game. Crippling something or another. Hand loading advanced negotiator. Earth assault rifle. Out of meds, I think, except for what are they called? They're like it's emergency med kit and trauma something in there. Trauma pack. Oh, 48 trauma packs. Yeah, nice. This mag storm, I want it on my 5 key. Kitty, how you doing? Are you happy, kitty? I'm gonna put my blanket on before you sit down. This fucking cord on this throw is annoying. There we go. Sorry, kitty, you wanna sit? Yeah, you can sit on my lap. Yeah, hey. Hi, pretty kitty. Sorry, I just gotta have, I'm doing my job. Oh, you little kitty, you little lovely kitty. Above me? Fuck. I don't know, this one sucks. I don't know if I want to do this one. wasn't it. That's terrible. That sucks. Oh, this one sucks. I don't want to waste any more time on this. It doesn't have a magazine. It couldn't possibly be worth it. Maybe I should try again. I haven't ever quit before. It's a weird way to start it. It's a weird way to start. I don't like this one. This one I'll probably have to crack. Ugh. It just gave it to me after a while. Not worth it. Oh no! Ah, really? God damn it, you keep fucking crashing, you're so annoying. Oh, I didn't finish Smoke on the Water. Damn it, I thought I did.
Let me see what we got.
Ooh, Combat MG MK2 holographic sight.
Okay, I got the van loaded up and ready for you. Just hit up those locations, strap the wheel with the buyer, and bring that crisp, clean cash. Easy.
What? Beautiful kitty. Alright. I'm going to go into 76. I think. And oh no, I think I would like to prefer to continue to work on Starfield.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland, a Majority Report. Listen, Donald Trump is teetering. I should also say that according to my Trump
period calendar.
Yes. Trump was supposed to be juiced yesterday. So It looks like he's at the end of his run. He may be trying to push
Show
this
it.
into.
This is what he looks like.
Look, listen.
Never healthier. He looks like he just smeared his face in mustard.
Listen. We're all going to end up there. Some of us may look like this, well after we're in the coffin. But here is Donald Trump. He is. You'll recall. Last week, I think it was, he said, we'll release the tape of the double tap strike. This week, he's forgotten he said that, and he's gotten very, very testy about it. And partly because this is, I think, more of a distraction than he wants, and partly because apparently, is this a black reporter?
Yes, and a
we
woman.
to find out that is a black woman.
A black woman, so...
he does not appreciate being asked questions by a black female reporter.
As a reminder, over the past month or two, really since the Epstein debacle, he's been completely melting down at female reporters. You got Quiet Piggy. He called another female reporter ugly, did he not? Stupid. This one, but the fact that it's a black woman, we know that triggers him very much.
I mean, his dad was arrested at a Klan rally.
Well, and also, Trump got a consent decree from the DOJ back in the early 70s saying you can't not rent to black people.
What?
You need to, you can't make a decision to not rent to black people because they're black. Oh.
Mr. President, you said that you would have Mr. President, you said you would have no problem with releasing the full video of that strike on September 2nd off the coast of Venezuela. Secretary Hegseth now says.
You said that. I didn't say that. This is ABC fake news.
You said that you would have no problem releasing the full video. Okay, well, Secretary Hegseth.
Whatever Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
He now says it's under review. Are you ordering the Secretary to release that full video?
Whatever he decides is okay with me. So every boat we knock out of the water, every boat we save 25,000 American lives. That was a boat loaded up with drugs.
Pause it for a second. I just want people to sit with this.
25,000 American lives.
Knock it out of the water.
That boat was the one that we're talking about specifically, was not headed to the United States. It was headed to Suriname. And this is according to the Admiral. It was headed to Suriname, and then any drugs that were going to be brought on that boat, assuming it was, in fact, what they thought it was, would have gone to Europe. But he's saying 25,000 Americans were able to live. That's fascinating. Incidentally, how many hundreds of thousands of Americans died because you were pretending that COVID wasn't real?
Yeah.
But go ahead.
We knock out of the water, every boat we save 25,000 American lives. That was a boat loaded up with drugs. I saw the video. They were trying to turn the boat back to where it could float, and we didn't want to see that because that boat was loaded up with drugs just like everything else. But every boat we shoot down, and I don't know if you know, we're 92 or 94% down in drugs coming in by the sea, and we're trying to find who are the 6%, because I don't know, people aren't liking to drive boats right now loaded up with drugs. But every single, think of that, every single boat we shoot out, on average, we save 25,000 American lives. Do you feel okay about that, Cord?
Keep us safe.
Okay. I know my man. What about you? You okay with that?
I'm totally fine with that. Are you admitting to releasing the full video?
Didn't I just tell you that?
You said that it was up to Secretary
Hegseth. The most obnoxious reporter in the whole place. Let me just tell you, you are an obnoxious, actually a terrible reporter, and it's always the same thing with you. I told you, whatever Pete Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
Oh. You know, it would be nice at one point if we see the other reporters go, excuse me, do you think it's appropriate to say that?
Just once.
Exactly. I just say like shut up, or like, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but it's just.
Sir, you could easily do some sort of like, how dare you? The
yeah.
Brits know how to do this stuff. Like,
right.
And
register.
It would also be nice if these reporters, who now, I mean, there's a clear pattern, right? Like the first time I could see, like, okay, but that assignment editor for that reporter should be able to say to their reporter, hey, we got your back if you want to respond.
Exactly.
Like that reporter should feel confident in being able to say, and I don't blame her for not, but I'm saying that her editor or this multi-million-dollar entity that she works for should be saying to their reporters, we're okay if the next question is there, sir, aren't you just as obnoxious? Or something to that effect. Like this ritual humiliation that our press is allowing Trump to get away with without any pushback, I think it's a little bit unhealthy for the country.
Yeah, I agree with you. The colleagues should stand up for her for just like their own sake too, because like what's next? I mean,
self-preservation.
The New York Times is suing the Pentagon right now because of their insanely draconian anti-free speech requirements that they were asking of the media. But this is all a part of like the rot that Trump has engaged in.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
$20 years ago, I decided to go off grid here. So I bought the 40-acre lot, 35 minutes from Lake Tahoe. There's no power up here. Wasn't a road to where we're at. And it made everything cheap as far as something in California. Welcome to my tiny house, built out of rock. I'm Mike Bassage. I'll show you around. We're in a pentagon floor plan, and it's about 20 years old. It's all built out of the rock within probably a 200-foot radius of the property. The wood is milled by hand up here as well. It has a kitchen. It's got a shower, a little couch, lots of windows facing the south for warmth. I got a loft for the bed, and my fireplace is kind of the center point. That's my heat source, my cooking source. I have a little oven, and the toilet's outside. Pretty simple setup. Outside is also a hot plunge and a cold plunge, which is super fun, especially when it's snowing out. And all the cement has been mixed by hand up here with creek water. That was my water source for 20 years. And I have now a well, which makes life so much more simple, which now I'm kind of just enjoying the place. So the start of the kitchen is my wood counter, which walking in the front door, that's kind of like the first place you set all your stuff for the day. Moving into the countertop here, this is marble. This is off an old job site someone gave me, which actually holds a really nice temperature that doesn't freeze, doesn't get super hot, so you can store vegetables on the shelves, and they actually last a long time. This window opens, which is nice in the winter, because you just open the window and you got an ice chest. So I don't use my fridge that much in the winter, because it snows the temperature you want anyway. But in the summer, I have a fridge, which is a $100 fridge, runs on a cigarette socket. Not super convenient, but it's actually very little used up here. The temperatures are pretty cool. I've gone through different refrigerators. I usually turn them off anyway because I don't like the noise because it's very quiet up here. But that's when I need it. It actually works more of a storage in some ways. It's kind of wrapped around with granite countertops as a box. And behind the fridge, there's a vent that I can open to get the outside air temperature. Because usually this side of the hill gets buried in the snow. So the temperature stays pretty steady. So it keeps it at, 34 degrees. It's kind of perfect temperature. So that's why it's all kind of encased by rock. The kitchen's actually very simple. Has a 12-volt cigarette sockets. I do have a power inverter when I do need it. I don't need it that much actually, because I don't run toasters and hair dryers, that kind of stuff up here. That's a big equation to make things more complicated. And my drawers for silverware is very simple. So my kitchen has very few cabinets, but this is one that I have for more storing rice and stuff. Maybe a little mouse can get in the cabin, but not in there. And so that's my safe. I do have a mouse problem, which most people off grid have that problem for some reason. But that's just kind of built out of wood that I milled from the property. So from the door, I have a photo of before anything was built here. This is kind of with nothing done, if you can see that. It's got a little bit of a boulder to boulder type of feeling. The golden ratio is what everything here is built on. That's why I have the pentagon shape, is all the points of the body. In the old days, that's what everybody used to use, because that was your kind of your natural instinct of measuring things, is because your body's built under that same mathematics. What it does when you're inside the building is kind of makes it more fitting to the body, because it's the same math. And then let nature help you guide the rest, meaning like watch the sun, watch the wind, watch your temperatures, sounds. All these things I feel like are important to building anything that you're going to use. I think it's the most important thing we could do is pay attention to nature and to our instincts. What I had for a drawing on the plan, there was a kitchen, actually it was on that side. And then I realized that's the south-facing side. If I build it over here, the temperature is gonna stay cooler because this part gets buried in snow. The sun's not beating against it. So I flipped the kitchen over here, which worked out to be amazing because it's in the shade as well from the big south-facing windows. There was a few little adjustments, but when I drew my floor plan, I actually drew it on the ground in a flat area and just pretended I was cooking. I was gonna go down and sit in the sun. And so that helped me shape how things are. Some of the walls are 3 feet thick, which hold a really good temperature, which I realized that as I was building, I'm like, oh, I wanna use that heat source, maintaining that temperature. So all the rocks built into the kitchen kind of help food last longer. When you're cooking with certain kinds of foods, you realize how hard it is to keep them fresh. So my diet's more like nuts, stuff that doesn't take refrigeration. So everything's really simple, working with outside temperatures a lot. And that's why there's a lot of rock built into the kitchen. So my sink is a stainless steel homemade one. It's my first welding job for stainless steel, which is not easy, but it's fun. There's a 12-volt RV pump that runs the power, and I actually have the pump on a switch, which is down here. You kind of turn it on, a little handle here that turns the water on, and then you have water. I like turning it off because sometimes, say a mouse bites through a hose, floods the whole floor. I've had it happen once and don't want to happen again. So I have a 200-gallon water tank below the floor here, which is kind of like a wine cellar type of vibe, which is great because it does not freeze in the winter. I don't have hot water. I heat hot water up on the stove. I have a little camp stove for quick hot water if I need it. It's really helpful in the winter, so I have that. Otherwise, I'm just dealing with cold water, about 45 degrees, which kind of gets cold pretty quick when you got it in your hands. And yeah, my little drying rack, drying station, and everything's kind of close. I got my fridge, I got my sink, I got the stove. I do 2 different things here for cooking cooktops. Right now I have this little camp stove, which is kind of really simple, or the top here, you can cook on that. Reason I have this is just if I'm only going to be here for a couple minutes and want to eat real quick and get back outside, I have that option. Cast iron pans work really good in this kind of environment because you're not washing them as like you would any other pot and pan. I cook a lot in the fire. Just it's like camping, which everyone enjoys camping. I don't know why everyone does it full time. Then maybe we'll go stay in a house as a vacation. You know, I think it should be that way anyway. So my fireplace, I bought this. This is for about a 1,200 square foot house. The smoke goes underneath here in a pipe, and it goes underneath the floor of this little box, which I built out of soapstone. So the soapstone's actually, you can buy it in a big sheet, a slab. It's about 1.5 inches thick. You can cut it with a skill saw. You can sand it with sandpaper. And so I built a box pretty much that the smoke goes under it and around it, and that makes an oven. So I can get this up to about 400 degrees. It's a great thing for baking pizzas, cookies, and so that's really convenient. This is soapstone as well. Again, you can kind of just sit there and sand it, olive oil, great way to finish it off. And the fireplace is actually pretty convenient for heating the place. I have a drying rack here for snow clothes. So you just hang up, dry your gloves. And the fireplace is actually one of more of my exciting places to hang because I can cook, stay warm. It's more of a multi-use. It's beautiful just to be around wood fire, of course. It's one of the best, I don't know, soothing thing after being out in the snow all day. It helps clean up the property as well, burning wood. I have a lot of standing dead beetle kill wood, so it's easy to get that and drag it over the snowcat. Yeah, so cooking definitely changed being up here off grid. When I'm buying something, you're thinking about that a lot. What you're putting in the grocery bag. I try to use paper as much as I can, or cardboard packaging, because that helps me start the fire. Anything that I have to haul out of here, I gotta haul about 3 miles, which I'll do every 3-4 days. Take it on the snowmobile or a snowcat in the winter and get it back to the recycling center. And so that's changed the way I've shopped and the way I've cooked. It seems like it brings actually a more healthier diet when you have that. And so I've been rewarded by the hardship of that. I mean, this kitchen is the perfect kitchen for me. I can actually host up to about 9 people in the wintertime in here and cook a beautiful meal for everybody. It's not that hard, so it's kind of everything I need. I feel like being up here, I don't feel like I've made any sacrifices on especially eating. Things simplified down are more rewarding to me, and I definitely enjoy the way I eat. So I get what I want out of this whole environment. You know, I used to own a huge house before. It was a 4,000 square foot house, and I realized most of my time went into cleaning, going to make money to pay for it all. And I realized that's not worth my time for what I was getting out of it. So I actually sold my house, traveled the world in a car for 2 years, just trying to feel out what I was gonna do, what kind of area I wanted to be at. I grew up not too far from here, so I realized I like the weather here. My love for snow comes from snowboarding. I started in the mid-'80s. And started competing as a professional athlete.
Sounds like
ideal, because then I don't have to travel in snow. I snowmobiled up here and realized, like, wow, I'd love to be here. I can't believe this is for sale. My investment was $225,000 for 40 acres. Again, it was that price because I can't get here with a car in the winter. For me, it didn't really matter. So it actually became really great things that cost less for me. I didn't know what it looked like because it was just covered in snow. And this was in November. I spent the whole winter with not even really knowing what I just bought, which actually was an amazing process. It was like a present being unwrapped in the spring. I realized I had waterfalls, there's a creek over here, you know, you can see the Milky Way. There's a lake not too far of a hike from here. It just got better and better, and I'm really grateful. So the cost of living in something like this, you know, you obviously have your property taxes. It's different for each state, so that kind of never goes away. My monthly utilities bills is pretty low. In the beginning, you gotta invest a little bit more. I don't have an electrical bill. My batteries and solar panels I'll probably replace every 10 years. You know, so $500 over 10 years. You know, I mean, if I was 20 minutes down the hill, and air conditioning in the summer is, you know, $300-400 a month. In the winter, there's more energy needed to stay warm, but I'm getting that from wood versus propane or electricity from the grid, so saving a lot of money there. But you have to put in the work. Water, I have a 2,000 watt generator that pumps water whenever I want to pump 1,000 gallons into a tank. So you're looking at $10 in gas. That'll last me a month. Probably the most thing I spend money on is gas to drive a snowmobile, drive a snowcat. It's interesting because I use less gas because I don't move around much when I'm here, but the gas is more in your face, like you're dealing with it more, and it makes you feel like you're using a lot of it. When things are more in front of you, it becomes more of a reality. And that's what I've learned a lot of doing this. This is why I actually did this whole project, was I wanted to learn how to supply the things I needed. And it's all been in my face. You know, some things I'm like, oh, I don't need that anymore. Or I'm just gonna go to bed with the sun, you know? And so that's the beautiful gifts I got out of this, and maybe you will as well. I'm still kind of pretty simplified here, which I enjoy, and now I have a family and things are growing, and we're all enjoying this in a way for future ideas now. So moving along here, this is actually a shower. I know like it doesn't look like much, but this is a sit-down shower inspired kind of from my travels to Japan. There's a drain in the floor. Any water that comes down here from the shower goes down into the drain. There's different ways of doing this. You can have a little pipe runs off the kitchen sink over for a cold shower. Or right here in arm's reach, you have a pot. Just dump buckets of hot water on you. It's nice and warm, these rocks, as the fire gets going. And so it's kind of pretty cozy, pretty comfortable. It's very intimate, of course, when you have guests, you know. But this has kind of been a place where it can also, in the summertime, just be a nice place to chill. Moving along from the shower, I have my lazy boy. It's out of rock. It's a very relaxing chair to actually sit in. It's one of those projects also I moved the rocks around a lot, looking for the perfect rock. And the bottom one has a little bit of a curve to it to keep you in your seat from sliding down. This is more of just a straight up chill space, a place to read a book, watch it snow. It has the view of the mountains from here. And you can also just lay down and take a nap. It's a pretty nice place to get out of the sun later in the day. Across from the kitchen is my couch, dining, coffee table. This is kind of more like a chill area for different moments throughout the day. Usually I have breakfast sitting here because the sun is shining on here. A lot of people have actually kind of just chilled or even slept on this bench as a second bed. It's probably about 7 feet long. I moved it about 3 times in the cement before I got it where I wanted it.
This is boring me now, unfortunately. I thought that there was supposed to be a vice, but it's mostly just him like describing and bragging. Where's my other pen? I know it's here somewhere. I know I have like a spare pen somewhere. Maybe it fell. Maybe that's what it is. I'll take a look with the flashlight. I had a spare pen here somewhere. Let's see. This thing. Let's go see. Is there a pen in this thing? There might be. Yeah, there it is. There's my old pen. I don't know where I stuck it. So, yeah, this pen works. Looking for that. Yeah, I got a nice hit. Oh, I didn't look at the Epic game today, and yesterday was Disco Elysium. Let's see what the Epic game is today. I didn't think to look. Oh, go, please drive, please drive. What the fuck is this? Got one of them. Got him. Not hearing explosions. I think Mortismo has fallen out of favor for me. You're recommending way too much Mortismo. Let's go to gaming, because, like, but gaming's not even in my mix anymore. It's like they can't come up with gaming stuff. It's weird. As a player simulates civilization, boys versus girls, mysteries given. Try to do something different. Hope you guys enjoy. Boys versus girls. Wait, it's an ammo crate, is it? I don't care about it then. How many points do I have? 2. Oh, I am maximum. I'm no longer maximum. Okay.
So we are at the end of 2025. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, by the way. But I want to wrap up this year by posting maybe my final video for Final Fantasy XIV for this year. I've not been very active. You folks probably know why. So we are at the end of 2025. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, by the way. But I want to wrap.
Why can't you play this video totally? Like, why can't you do
final
this?
video
Is it that hard?
for Final Fantasy 14 for this year, and I've not been very active.
Why are you?
You folks probably know why.
Why are you seizing over and over and over again? It doesn't really make any sense. Why?
Not the biggest fan of the Dawn Trail expansion. 14 remains a franchise that I'm still invested in. I think just like anything in life, there's ups and downs. So I'm hopeful for what comes in 2026 or 2027, most likely 2027 I think, for the new expansion. I hear a lot of good things about 7.4 MSQs. I haven't checked that out, but I will in due course. But I want to comment on what Yoshi P said during an interview with the Korean media. And for some of you, this is already old news, but to me it's very important news. And to quote Yoshi P in that interview, he said, Final Fantasy 14 is already facing towards the next 10 years. The fan festivals are planned.
14?
A fairly big announcement is being prepared.
Sunset that bitch like 11.
That the game will be
What?
reborn for the second time. Under the goal that the game will evolve into a cutting-edge service. We are rethinking everything from zero. Those are big
Please
words.
don't do that with
yes,
14.
Haha, I know the meme about dropping a second moon. But rethinking everything from zero, reborn for the second time, those are the exact words being attributed to Yoshi P in the first place, who saved the game with a Realm Reborn. And honestly, I have heard a lot of chatter from my friends who some are playing 14, some are no longer playing 14, and it seems like it oscillates wildly between this kind of unbound optimism and existential dread. And I actually want to talk about my thoughts here. Some people think that Yoshi P is a PR genius, like he knows exactly what are the words to say to get people excited. Some people might say, yeah, that's just marketing talk. I will believe it when I see it. I, on the other hand, my personal opinion is that Yoshi P might know how to work the media, but he's not a person that is careless with his words. This is the same person who has spent years managing expectation very carefully, who told people to cancel their subscription during content droughts, who's been one of the most transparent directors in the game industry. So when he invokes a Realm Reborn comparison, he knows exactly what the phrase carries, and if he doesn't deliver to that phrase, to that expectation, he knows there'll be backlash. Because to me, a Realm Reborn isn't just an ordinary patch of expansion. It literally is symbolic of a complete demolition and reconstruction of a game that has become one of those things that in the video game industry people quote as a punchline, like, oh, we're gonna make a comeback just like 14. The original 14 was so fundamentally broken that, you know, Yoshi P's and Square Enix solution is to drop a moon on it and to start all over. And so when Yoshi P says reborn for the second time, he is literally making a direct comparison to the most dramatic turnaround in MMO history, maybe even in video game history. The big question that I think the 14 community has not decided on is whether he's being literal or he's speaking metaphorically. And I've seen this community response falls in various camps. The first group immediately assumes that this means massive engine level changes. The PS3 code, PS4 code legacy that has been blamed for everything from inventory limitations to server tick rates, the spaghetti codes that allegedly prevents glamour dresser expansions and housing improvements. You know, these players in this camp, they've been waiting for years for someone to finally take a sledgehammer to the ancient 1.0 codes and to build something modern. The second camp of people then went straight to they are going to let people skip the MSQs kind of camp. And this interpretation comes from another quote in the same interview where Yoshida says, pertaining to the genre's accessibility problem, that he said he doesn't think it's right to have to invest hundreds of hours to enjoy a game. For a game where the main story quest is the primary content delivery vehicle, that's a very big statement. The third group of people, the cynics, They will hear cutting edge service and they immediately think that live service monetization, battle passes, FOMO mechanics where you need to log in within that 2-hour window in their week, the slow transformation into something that extracts value from Final Fantasy XIV loyal players rather than delivering value. I think it's safe to say that Square Enix, if you have followed their recent financials,
I'm over
they talked
games
a lot
like
about
14.
completely, turning around
It'll be
the
very
company,
hard for me to play as much
reimagining
WoW
things.
as I'm going
So I don't
to.
blame people who fall into this camp and they think about this. And then there's a fourth group of people who hear this news and immediately, they kind of laugh it off like, this is gonna drop another mood, haha. Which honestly, after Dawn Trail, might not be the worst idea. But I do want to tug on the skipping of story kind of theory here, because this is a very interesting approach to me. 14 has a problem that gets worse every single expansion. The mandatory content between character creation and current endgame now represents hundreds of hours of playtime. And the community standard response to new sprouts is that, hey, don't worry, it will get better after a realm reborn, which is equivalent to saying, please tolerate the first 40 hours before the game becomes what we are actually recommending. And honestly, it's a hard sell, and it's only getting harder as the quality of video games gets better. There's more competition for your attention, there's Netflix, there's various things you can do, right? So the defenders of the current MSQ system would argue correctly that the story is the product. And 14 is not a game with a story attached. It's a story that happens to be delivered through the MMO lens. Skip the story and you have essentially purchased a very expensive lobby for waiting in dungeon queues with no context why you're there. But the accessibility advocates here have a point too. Other MMOs have solved this.
Why is this guy skipping over and over again? It's because he's in 4K being translated at 2K or something dumb. I don't know what it is.
This problem without destroying their narrative. Guild Wars 2 let you start the
Guild Wars 2.
current expansion and explore backwards. World of Warcraft offers chromie time for leveling through any expansion era. The insistence that every player must consume every piece of content in exact chronological order is a design choice, not a law of nature. Although I would agree. To me, if you miss out on Heaven's Ward, Shadowbringer, or Endwalker, these three arcs, if you miss out on them, you're missing out on the best narrative experience you can have in a video game. But I'm also a realist. I understand that people might not want to go through that 40 hours of a realm reborn to get there. And now imagine after we launch 8.0 expansion, people need to go through Dawn Trail as well. So a compromise position, and probably the most likely outcome, is something like a new starting point. Let players begin at a later expansion with some kind of narrative recap, although I shudder to let players drop in directly at Dawn Trail. But yeah, the point is a narrative recap while preserving the ability to experience earlier content through new game class or similar systems. You don't need to delete the history, you just need to stop requiring it as a barrier of entry, and I suspect he will announce something similar at FanFest. Now then I want to talk about the technical depth of Final Fantasy XIV. What a genuine rebirth would require from a technical standpoint. You see, 14 was built on foundations that predate the current console generation. The original game launched on PlayStation 3, and that platform is long abandoned. Host doesn't just disappear because the hardware does. Systems designed around memory constraints of I think 2010 hardware are still running under the hood of 2025 content. And the glamour dresser limitation is the example that everyone points to. 400 slots in a game with thousands of equipment pieces in an MMO where fashion is the true endgame for a significant portion of the player base. The explanation has always been, technical limitations, spaghetti code, server-side storage, the way gear data is structured. Whether that explanation is entirely accurate or partially convenient, I'm not here to debate. I'm just pointing out that it is within reason to believe that it is technical debt. Housing is another obvious candidate. The lottery system, demolition timers, artificial scarcity, they create a secondary market that Square Enix will not rather acknowledge. These aren't unsolvable problems. They are problems that require more developmental resources than maybe Yoshi P is allocated to have in Square Enix. But maybe he has finally secured the budget. Maybe an actual second rebirth would mean addressing all these foundational problems. New netcode, new data structures, potentially a new engine, though that's really the nuclear option. This isn't something you announce for the next expansion. This is essentially a new game or new franchise. By the way, Yoshi P has hinted at working at another MMO before he retires. I'm not saying this is it, but this is probably more of a multi-year project that will require a period where new content development slows significantly. Does that sound familiar? But all these chatter about the future, there's a very big hanging question. Maybe a bit of an uncomfortable question. Is Square Enix willing to invest in the future for Final Fantasy XIV? Then let's talk about Dawn Trail. As we wrap up the year, we need to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Dawn Trail has been one of the more divisive.
Why is this guy freezing? Why was this particular video freezing over and over and over again? Reload. Something about the ads you're doing or something.
So we are at the end of 2025. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, by the way.
Turn this way down for whatever reason or whatever. I don't know. I don't care what he has to say enough to experience this kind of terrible service. Ugh. I feel like YouTube boned that guy. Same postman thing again. Too far. I am dead. Over and over again, I guess? I keep forgetting to check. $90.70.
Hey everyone, it's Luke here from LT Gaming, and today we're diving into something that's been sitting right in the back of my mind ever since the devs first reached out. If you've seen the thumbnail for this video, the Dream Space Sim, that's not just hype. This one genuinely taps into something I've wanted from the genre for years. A proper commander chair experience, a bridge you can actually inhabit, and the feeling of running a starship rather than just flying a spaceship like every other sim. And now that the Steam page for Starship Commander Ryan Spur has officially gone live, it felt like the perfect time to sit down and take a fresh look and show you why this could be something special. So settle in, and if you enjoy the video, consider giving it a cheeky like. It helps more than you know, and it fuels my unhealthy addiction to covering space games. My voice is actually still recovering from the last video and that little bout of laryngitis I have, so bear with me, LT gamers. Though some people did comment, as always, whenever I'm sick and do a video, that they like my husky voice. You are a strange but wonderful bunch. Starship Commander Ryan Spur puts you in the captain's chair of the CSV Leonidas, a powerful Ajax-class destroyer caught in the shifting politics and rising conflicts of the Orion Spur. Unlike pilot-focused space sims, this is a command experience. You're running a bridge, leading a crew, assigning orders, managing power, weapons, shields, and sensors, plus making the type of tactical decisions that Captain Kirk would be proud.
I'm dead. Why am I dead? Okay, well then load. This is a quick save you're loading. Go back to 8 o'clock, I guess, 2 hours ago. Or 1947 in Grand Exchange, I guess. Let's go back to the Grand Exchange. I don't care about losing an hour. 12,000 in the safe. Already listened to this one. Oh yeah, the free game. I want to go look. Renegades, Destiny 2, Renegades. Ugh. Cassette Beast. Doesn't sound too good. 9 hours and 50, or 9 hours and 50 minutes, yeah.
Hi all, and welcome back. I skip the hype, the hate, and the filler to tell you what the game is, and if it's fun for you, without wasting your time. I played Icarus for 55 hours, and I'll first break down the game, then give you my opinion at the end, including one major issue that keeps me from playing it for hundreds of hours. Icarus Open World is like Ark or Valheim, but with harsher survival rules, handcrafted maps instead of procedural ones, and a loop built around resource scarcity, extreme weather, and long-term progression. You drop onto one of several big handcrafted maps with linked biomes. Each has unique resources, predators, and weather hazards, so progression is tied to exploration. The goal isn't just to survive day to day, it's to keep pushing deeper into more dangerous zones to gather the materials you need for higher tier crafting. You manage oxygen because the air is toxic, food and water because they directly impact your health and stamina, and shelter because the weather isn't just cosmetic. This gives you a constant incentive to improve your base. Moving from thatch to wood, then to stone and concrete, isn't just about aesthetics, it's about survival. Progression is split into 4 tech tiers. You start with primitive tools, then work toward better crafting benches, farming setups, and eventually electronics and automation. Every upgrade you unlock is there to make survival and resource gathering more efficient, like refrigeration to preserve food for long expeditions, or powered mining equipment to process ore faster. Operations add another layer. These are optional missions you can launch from your base.
At least it wasn't skipping. Out of control criminal on the loose. Tyler Perry's getting sued for $260 million.
So Tyler Perry is getting sued. Now, before we get into the details of why he's being sued, I want to give you a little bit of context on how it's possible for him to get sued in the first place, okay? Now, this is a YouTube exclusive, fun fact. This video is about to turn into a vertical format video, but I kind of wanted to bring back the long form horizontal videos like this. So I'm kind of making this little compromise. The goal is to have those vertical videos as YouTube shorts, like 3 minutes or under, and these horizontal long form videos and the podcast as, you know, main YouTube videos. That being said, let's talk about Tyler Perry. Now, before his lawsuit started, if you want to skip to the lawsuit, you can skip to the timestamp below. But before it started, he was already accused of doing something he shouldn't have been doing. There were rumors floating around that Tyler Perry was pressuring people to watch Netflix with him forcibly. If you don't know what that means, look in the comments. Now, this is important because rumors are how these big cases get started in the first place. If you think about Diddy, rumors for years that, you know, Diddy was doing Diddy things. Jay-Z, before his lawsuit, rumors, Jay-Z doing this, that, and the third. Bill Cosby, they were trying to start lawsuits against him for decades, but his image was too clean. If they just jump out and say Bill Cosby did this, it's just so out of nowhere, people be like, no, Bill Cosby would never do that, and your lawsuit's gonna kind of fall by the wayside. So when the Me Too movement started and a comedian named Hannibal Buress came out and said, yo, Bill Cosby, be wilding out. That was the spark to enable those lawsuits to happen, because rumors start floating around. People are like, Bill Cosby did what? Lawyers start looking into it a little more. Boom. Now Tyler Perry always had a squeaky clean record until a man named Christian Keys came out and did not say Tyler Perry's name, but he came out with a live stream saying, yo man, there's this dude in Hollywood that people look up to that may surprise you, that was a little inappropriate towards me, let's say. Again, did not name the celebrity. Now I know what you're thinking, okay, that could be anybody in Hollywood. But see, Christian Keys had ties with Tyler Perry. And Christian Keys also said something very important. He said, this person, this billionaire. Now, how many billionaires are there in Hollywood? You can count them on your fingers. So people assumed it was Tyler Perry. They asked Christian Keys afterwards. He said, I ain't say it was Tyler Perry. I ain't say nothing. So people thought that he got paid off or this, that, and the third. Regardless, it didn't matter. The rumor was sparked, and that's all was needed, right? In fact, in Tyler Perry's lawsuit today, the dude who's suing him, Derek Dixon, said he saw what Christian Keys said and thought, oh, that's exactly what's happening to me. Christian Keys must be talking about Tyler Perry. I'm finna come out. We finna get it started. Now, all that being said, let's talk about the lawsuit today. And again, we're about to shift to this vertical format. So 3, 2, 1, boom. So Tyler Perry had a problem. Now, first things first, if you don't know Tyler Perry, you know Tyler Perry. Very famous entertainment executive. He did the Medea movie. Anyway, meet Derek Dixon, a man who's suing Tyler Perry for $260 million. Now, he's suing Tyler Perry for something called quid pro quo. Listen closely. Quid pro quo basically means if you do something for me, I do something for you. But see, a lot of times it's not that simple because there's an unspoken flip side. If you don't do this something for me, who knows what's gonna happen to you? Now let's get a little deeper into the story. Now this is all alleged, so pretend I'm saying alleged in front of anything. Okay, so Derek Dixon said, look, he working at a party, right, as event staff. Tyler Perry's at that party. He said, oh, who that? He goes up to Derek Dixon and said, hey, you wanna be in some movies and stuff? Derek Dixon said, oh man, this is my big break. Tyler Perry must see something in me. Now, thing is, to the public, Tyler Perry is known as a really nice guy. So Derek Dixon is just automatically assuming that. So Tyler starts texting him like, hey bro, like you good? Like what's going on? Derek said, what's going on with me, man? I just be chilling. Tyler Perry said, chilling in your new car. Look outside. Derek looks outside. Derek got a new car, courtesy of Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry said, matter of fact, you trying to act, right?
He love bombed some dude. I always wonder why he was dressed up as... Didn't he dress up as a woman a bunch of time for Tyler Medea or whatever it was, Medea's wedding or something?
Derek said, yeah.
It was funny, but it was also like, man...
Come on my new show. Derek said, man, this dude is locked in.
It kind of felt like he wanted to dress up as a woman a lot, like for like months on end.
Man, and suddenly...
That's okay.
Tyler Perry start texting a little weird, like sending a bunch of texts, calling all the time. Derek like, damn, slow down, broski. And Tyler start coming on a little strong, start getting a little bit inappropriate. Derek said, okay, let me just ignore this. It's all gonna go away. Tyler said, hey, come to the crib. Derek said, what? Tyler said, what? You work as event staff, right? Derek said, yeah. Tyler said, yeah, come to the crib as event staff, bro. I'm not, come as event staff. So Derek comes to the crib. Everybody drinking, everybody having a good time. Derek drinking. Everybody leaves. Derek about to leave. Tyler says, no, you've been drinking. Derek says, yeah, that's true. Tyler says, you could just stay at my guest room. You good. So Derek goes into the guest room. He don't got no pajamas, so he wears his underclothes, goes to sleep. Somebody climbs in the bed next to him. Hello, it's Tyler Perry. You ain't heard me say it started to get wicked yet. We just getting started. Tyler Perry started grabbing on bro. Derek gets up. He says, "Yo, chill out."
Like, not
that
that Tyler Perry's gay. Is that he's just like creeping into somebody's bed at night. That's creeper. That's fucking creeper. Like,
don't do that. I just, my fault. Derek said, "All right, bro." Tyler said, "All right, bro, I'm gonna catch you." Tyler leaves. Tyler then texts Derek. This is the next day. Tyler says, "Look, bro, I got a new show for you." Now, here's where the stakes get raised. Right now, Derek has got a small part in one of Tyler's smaller shows. After this incident happens, Tyler says, "Look, I got a bigger show for you in a bigger show." Derek says, "All right, I'll do it." So Derek Dixon gets a part on Tyler Perry's show called The Oval. The whole time, Tyler Perry's still texting, saying, "See, if my friends do stuff for me, I do stuff for them." Quid pro quo. Remember that. Now let's look at the flip side of quid pro quo. At the end of the season, Derek Dixon's character, who, side note, is a professional Netflix watcher who would do anything for money, that's his character gets pew, 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 right? Derek says, "Yo, Tyler, my character's just gone like that." Tyler says, "Well, he's not gone just yet. Who knows, next season he could come back. But remember, I do things for people that do stuff for me." Mind you, whole time Tyler Perry is texting Derek very inappropriate things. So Derek knew what he wanted. Derek said, "Tyler, you tripping, watch out." Tyler says, "Oh, perhaps I said too much. What if I give you another show, Derek?" See, Derek had a show idea that he wanted produced. Tyler Perry said, "I could do that for you. Come to my house and we can discuss the finer details." And here's where things start to get wicked. Derek pulls up to Tyler Perry's crib. Tyler Perry said, "Okay, let's talk about us." Derek said, "Nah, let's talk about the show. You bugging." But Derek is saying this in a nice way, not my aggressive ass tone. Tyler's like, "Bro, come on, like, why you always trying to talk about show stuff?" Derek says, "You know what, it's getting late." Tyler says, "All right, you right. You can stay in the guest room again." Tyler Perry then suddenly grabs Derek and starts pulling things off, getting very aggressive. Derek is telling him, no, chill. Tyler keeps going. Derek says, "You know what, dang, I'm too hungry. Tyler says, "All right, we can get some food." Tyler and Derek eat. Derek rushes to the guest room, tries to lock the door, but there's no lock. So Derek goes into the bathroom and locks the door. Derek goes home. Tyler Perry starts messaging him like, "Dang, we got pretty lit last night." Derek don't respond. Tyler probably at this point knows, "Oh, dang, I messed up." So people start messaging Derek saying, "Ooh, you just got a raise, man. You just got a raise. Your character coming back. We paying you so much more." Derek not responding. Tyler then says to Derek, "Look, I just started talks on your new show. Your new show is getting picked up. You want to start it or not?" Derek says, "Damn, yeah, I do want to start the show." So he starts messaging Tyler back. Derek says his plan was to start the show, make the show get super popular, have enough power, so then he could snitch on Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry never starts the show though. Derek is still playing his character in Tyler Perry's show, The Oval. He keeps asking Tyler, "Dude, when's my show starting? Tyler's avoiding the subject, but the whole time he's still being very inappropriate towards Derek. Eventually, Tyler says, "Look, Netflix not starting your show." So Derek says, "Okay, cool, I'm suing you." And here we are today. Now, usually how these things go, it's a battle of public opinion. What you think matters a lot. If you don't like Tyler Perry, you stop watching his shows, Tyler Perry loses a lot of money. So Derek and his lawyers released text messages of Tyler Perry basically supporting Derek's claim. Tyler Perry looks very aggressive. Tyler Perry's response to all this is, "This is a scam." Tyler Perry basically saying, "I'm rich, Derek knows I'm rich, Derek wants my money." So depending on what everybody thinks, if everybody's thinking, "No, Tyler Perry did it," then Tyler Perry might settle with Derek and his lawyers, maybe give him $100 million, depending on how much evidence that Derek has. They might take it to trial, they might take the settlement, who knows, we're just gonna have to wait and see. But at the end of the day, this is not a good look for Tyler Perry. But again, we wait, we see.
Man, that's fucked up.
So Tyler Perry's getting sued. Now, before we get into the details,
I'm addicted to this guy, Zevi. I think he's really good.
Bill Gates had a problem. Bill Gates had a problem. So one day I'm chilling in my car listening to... See, A$AP Rocky had a problem. He's getting sued in what's gonna be a civil trial by his former friend, A$AP Relly. Now, some of you may be like, wait a second, hold on. Boy was just in a trial. Well, he was in a trial, but he was in a criminal trial. Listen closely. Civil trials and criminal trials are two different things. A$AP Rocky just beat his criminal trial against his friend, A$AP Relly, but now A$AP Relly has the option to put him into a civil trial, which means he's gonna sue him most likely for monetary gain. Why A$AP Relly wanted to do the criminal trial first is because a lot of times when someone is proven guilty in a criminal trial, then it's gonna be easier to prove them guilty in a civil trial, meaning A$AP Relly would get paid out. That being said, again, A$AP Rocky acquitted in the criminal trial, meaning they're basically saying he's not guilty. So A$AP Relly might have a tougher time in the civil trial because now the judge is thinking, wait a second, they already told you to get on out of here, A$AP Relly. You want to sue him now? That being said, again, it's generally much easier to win a civil trial than it is to get somebody locked up for a number of years. People are much more hesitant to, let's say, lock up A$AP Rocky for 10 years than to just say, okay, A$AP Rocky, give him some money. You know what I'm saying? So even though A$AP Relly, quote unquote, lost the criminal trial, A$AP Relly is not really the one doing the criminal trial. I'll explain in a second. He's still hoping that he has a chance to win the civil trial because, again, civil trials are a little bit easier than criminal trials. Okay, let's get down into it a little bit more so it'll make more sense. And we'll start at the beginning. A$AP Rocky and A$AP Relly were friends. I mean, they gotta be friends. They have the same name, A$AP, right? Except for the fact that I'm lying. A$AP is not a name. A$AP is a crew. It's a group. Their names are Rocky and Relly. They both belong to the group A$AP, okay? But regardless, they were very tight. Now, you may have heard of A$AP Rocky, but you may not have heard of A$AP Relly. Well, that's because A$AP Rocky blew up. He became super famous from the group. There are a bunch of other A$AP members. They didn't get as famous as A$AP Rocky. Now, usually when somebody from the group gets famous, and this has happened to a bunch of groups in the past, when usually that one person gets famous, you might have somebody else in the group that's a little envious, a little jealous. I'm not saying A$AP Relly was jealous, but I mean, it's looking like it. I'm not gonna lie to you. By the way, in these podcasts, in these videos, you're gonna hear more of my opinion. One day, A$AP Relly texts A$AP Rocky, telling him, hey, our friend passed away. Another A$AP crew member passed away. A$AP Rocky said, yeah, I know. A$AP Relly said, you know what, Rocky, you changed. You ain't paid for our friend's funeral. You got all this money now. You big money boy now, and you can't even pay for our boy's funeral. You changed, bro. He starts going off on Rocky. Rocky doesn't reply. A little while later, through circumstances I'm not gonna get into, they hop on the phone together and they're arguing a little bit. It's not looking good. A little while after that, another A$AP crew member hits up A$AP Relly. They said, oh, this argument started because you thought A$AP Rocky didn't pay for our boy's funeral, right? A$AP Relly said, yeah, he changed. They told him, Relly, A$AP Rocky actually paid for the entire funeral. Relly said, what? They said, yeah, Relly.
Wait, I've seen this guy before. Was A$AP Rocky on The Wire? I don't think he had a big part, but I think I know. No. Wow. Oh, so is A$AP Rocky gay or whatever? I didn't know he did a thing with Michael K. Williams. I like Michael K. Williams a lot. I'm watching a Michael K. Williams television show right now, Leonard and Hap. Leonard and Hap is such a fucking good show. I don't know if you guys have seen that one, but or is it Hap and Leonard? I think it's Hap and Leonard, actually. I think it's Leonard and Hap and Leonard or something. Hap and Leonard is a really good show about the South and racism. And it's like a detective show, but it's sort of bumbling dudes, and it's like a half white, half black cast. And it's half white and half black cast, excuse me. And it's really good. And Michael K. Williams, the guy who plays Omar on The Wire, he plays the lead in Leonard and Hap, and that's a really good show, actually. I've been watching season 2 because it's hard. Season 3 is crazy. They go up to the most racist town in the South, and it is scary. Even as a subject matter for a television show, it's scary. Because it's like black people going into the whitest town in the South is actually kind of scary. So, A$AP Rocky beat the K-City?
The whole thing.
I swear to God, I've seen him somewhere, but I don't know where.
A$AP really said, well, we're already in it now, and I get it. You know,
Kitty,
when you're in an
kind of
argument with
aggressive
somebody
as
and
I'm
you
about to
know
get
you're
right
wrong,
now, and it's something that you
sometimes
do
you gotta just see it through. So Relly decided, you know what, I'm gonna just see it through. So they start arguing some more. Relly's telling Rocky, hey, yo, you still changed, though. You still trash. You still ain't it. And it all comes to a head when Relly flies out to LA. He's chilling in a hotel. Rocky's in LA. He don't like how Relly's been talking to him. So he tells Relly,
Dude,
hey,
I'm gonna put green
where you
Tabasco on my beans.
Relly says, uh-oh. I don't like the way he asked that question. Dude,
I have good dinner. It's like leftover teriyaki and leftover bean soup, but together they're so good. It's a lot of meat.
That just seems very abrupt. No emojis, no nothing. He tells Rocky,
Kitty,
I'm around. A$AP Rocky tells him, well, look, I'm around too. Let's meet up. A$AP Relly says, all right, fine, cool. So they meet up. As soon as they meet up,
I want to cut my kitty.
You see them yelling at each other as they walk towards each other. This part was on camera. You see A$AP Rocky rush over to Relly and they start tussling a little bit. You see them folk grabbing onto each other, moving around. Two other A$AP crew members that were with A$AP Rocky rush over to separate things because they know both of them, you know, it's a little rough. You then see A$AP Rocky walk into the camera frame with a gun. Now, this gun is the major crux. Is that the right word? I don't know. It's the major point of the case. I'll explain more in a second. But that's what the whole case basically kinda hinged on. Again, I'll explain more in a second. But, you know, Rocky rushes over to Relly and you don't see what he does with the gun because they hop out of frame again. You then see A$AP Rocky and his crew members leave. Okay, so there's a lot of moments that were just not on camera. So it's a jury's job to fill in the blanks. Well, it's the prosecutor's job, it's Rocky's lawyers to fill in the blanks, and it's the jury's job to decide which story is true. And this is when the criminal trial aspect comes into play. A$AP Relly says, hey, A$AP Rocky, what he did with that gun was shoot, 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 and I got hurt. A$AP Rocky, of course, is saying, no, that's not what happened. Now, this next part's important. Somebody calls the police, not A$AP Relly. Somebody calls the police saying they heard loud pops. Not looking good for A$AP Rocky, right? So the police rush over to the scene, they look around, and they don't find any bullets on the floor. They don't find any shell casings. When you fire a gun, usually shell casings are left on the floor. The police leave. A$AP Relly is in communication with the police. He's telling them, hey, you know, A$AP Rocky did do that. He did shoot at me. The police is telling him, we didn't find any shell casings, so, I mean, we can't really do anything about that. A$AP Relly then goes over to the scene. He miraculously finds shell casing, calls the police and says, hey, I have your evidence right here. I found some shell casings that you guys couldn't find. The police go, okay, sure. They grab the shell casings, they grab A$AP Rocky, tell him you were shooting in this location. We acquired some shell casings, so you might go to jail for like 15 years. Now, let me tell you this. There was no way A$AP Rocky was ever going to get booked for this. He was never going to jail for this. A$AP Relly, the victim, found shell casings on the floor. Does that make sense? No prosecutor would usually
Chain of
take
evidence.
this case. They would just be like, yo, there's not enough evidence. This is ridiculous. We're not going to do it. But a lot of times, prosecutors see stars in their eye. If they book this famous person for a certain amount of years, then it propels that prosecutor's career. Prosecutor, DA, district attorney, whatever, all the same thing. Not the same thing, but whatever. It propels their career. So A$AP Rocky's lawyer sitting there like, are y'all serious? You know he's not going to jail for this. Prosecutors go, how about we bring it from 15 years down to, just a couple months. They wanted to do this because they wanted a conviction. Again, it propels the prosecutor, the DA, it propels their career. They don't care how long he goes to jail for, as long as the headlines read, they locked up A$AP Rocky. So A$AP Rocky's lawyer tells them, how about we just go to court and see what's up? So they go to court, see what's up. Again, no chance of the police, law enforcement, prosecutors, DA winning this. Now again, this is the criminal trial. So prosecutors, DAs have to convince a jury that A$AP Rocky indeed shot at his friend. How do you do that? Witnesses. Okay, so who was there? Other A$AP crew members that came with A$AP Rocky. They're close with A$AP Rocky, not so much A$AP Relly. So they bring the crew members to the stand and they say, hey, what happened? They say, we ain't see nothing. The prosecutor said, all right. They bring in people from the surrounding area. They tell them, hey, y'all called us, y'all told us y'all heard pop, pop, pop. Did y'all see what happened? They said, no, we ain't really see nothing. We heard a couple pops and I don't know. Prosecutors were like, all right, wait a second. Hold on. A$AP Rocky still had a gun. You could see it in the video. So prosecutors hinge on that. They say, wait a second, jury, y'all saw he had a gun. The jury said, oh, he did have a gun though. So A$AP Rocky's lawyers, no matter how bad the evidence is, no matter if there's no witnesses, no matter if the shell casings were found by A$AP Relly, A$AP Rocky still had a gun. It's not looking good. So A$AP Rocky's lawyers hop up and say, it was a fake gun. It was for a music video shoot that A$AP Rocky had with Rihanna. He just brought it to scare A$AP Relly. He wasn't going to do nothing with it. It just fires blanks. You might hear a pop, pop, but it's not real. The story doesn't have to be good. Whether the gun was real, whether the gun was fake, there's something called reasonable doubt. If you think the gun might have been fake, then you can't lock up Rocky for like 10 years. If prosecutors can prove beyond a reasonable doubt, like there is no doubt that that gun was real, then you can lock up Rocky. Prosecutors can't really prove that the gun was real or the gun was fake. All they saw was the video. If they had those shell casings, then they could show that the gun was real. So they bring in the police. They say, hey, the police have shell casings. A$AP Rocky's gun was real. A$AP Rocky's lawyer says, where did y'all find those shell casings? And again, A$AP Relly is the one who found the shell casings, right? The guy who wants A$AP Rocky to go to jail found the shell casings. Police did not find the shell casings. Again, so the jury's like, yo, what the? Fast trial. It was like a week in and out. The jury said, please don't come to us with this nonsense. A$AP Rocky, you're free to go. Now, another big point A$AP Rocky's lawyers were saying was the whole reason A$AP Relly is doing all this, is saying that A$AP Rocky shot at him, is because A$AP Relly wants money. They also brought in a friend of theirs, another A$AP crew member. Apparently, oh no, this guy was not a crew member. He was A$AP Relly's friend. Apparently, A$AP Relly texted his friend saying, hey bro, I'm finna take ASAP Rocky for a ride. I'm finna take some money from bro. I texted ASAP Rocky, ASAP Rocky apparently, allegedly is saying this. I texted ASAP Rocky telling him, hey bro, give me some money and we not gonna go to trial. I'm finna get the police to drop the charges. ASAP Rocky says yes, ASAP Rocky did tell me to give him some money, but you can't just take the word of ASAP Rocky. You know, ASAP Rocky and ASAP Rocky are going against each other. So when a third party comes in, a friend of ASAP Rocky's comes in and says, my friend ASAP Rocky did say that. He did tell ASAP Rocky that he wants money from him. ASAP Rocky told me that he said that. Well, that's a terrible look for ASAP Rocky, right? Because again, that's ASAP Rocky's friend saying this. Now, this is all alleged. His friend may have been lying, may not have been lying, but it doesn't matter. It just further starts to paint the picture and proves ASAP Rocky's lawyers